All right, I'm back from the lunch break, and now we have our next feature match between Carl and Yori. So we'll see. Oh, sorry, I was apparently muted. Sorry. So the next feature match will be between Yori and Carl. We'll see who is going to be on which side, but should be an interesting match. I'm excited to see Carl's rug at work. We can actually check out their decks right now. We'll find one a little bit. There's Yori's deck. So we have, oh, we do have the Bark Whips here. Cool, cool. And the Tech de la Serna, classic Water Nature, Beast Folk, Liquid People. The Coral is an interesting add, the natural snares. kind of like a mix between a really fast rush deck and a mid-range list. Very interesting to see. No spin slicer with Aqua Guard though, so mostly relying on the Paladin. Very interesting. And then we have Carl's list right here. There's a bit of a shadow on the picture, but we have Gondas and Quixos and one Snip Striker as the 2-drops. Then we have a couple Spiral Gates, classic Firefighters, and Bronze Arms. Got the Terra Horn, we got the Ancient Horn, which is quite a funny 1-drop, especially one-off as a rebirth target. And we also have the Tech De La Serna against discard controls. 2 lucky balls. Yeah, this looks quite fun. Let's see what we have here. Have the combatants arrived yet? Nope. Still waiting on them. I think they should arrive shortly. I'm going to go check that they are finding their way to the stream table. Oh, never mind, they just arrived. Alright. Carl on the right. Understood. Then we'll just do this. Yuri on the left. So, alright, I'll just go say hello to them and tell them that they can start whenever. Okay. There we go. Carl has arrived and the match will start. And about Claude, he is currently 2-1 and he is playing Hydro Hurricane. Yeah, as usual. But let's see what happens in this matchup between Carl and Yuri. It's going to be Yuri on the play here. Probably right where he wants to be. What are we gonna see here? Turn to Emerald. Love to see it. I think that might have been a Torcon going into the shields. I'm sure Carl will enjoy breaking that. Might just steal it off the shield itself. So we have a gun. There we go. Uncontested power. Get a nice bronze arm, turn 3. Goes for the shields immediately. Interesting. Going to be losing tempo when the Gonta just destroys it, but Quixo maybe? Yep. Ooh, the bark whip. Okay, so it was a bait. I see. Interesting play. Cool. Let's see if Carl manages to play two creatures here. I do think the Aqua Guard is a problem though. You could just get aggressive and start going for it, but doesn't feel good. That is his plan, apparently. Deciding that he cannot just wait and try to go for unfavorable trades. Thinking hard about his next move. I think you'd really want to see a little more beast folk. I think also playing the paladin to mana is interesting. It would have easily swung over the quixotic. Choosing to go for a shield. Would have really wanted to see a searing wave here. Pyro does make sense if he wants to race. It's just that there is already a shield trigger placed. So I think that might be slowing him down. Just goes for a shield. Interesting. Not really sure what that was about. Drawing 2 with Lucky Ball. Pondering real hard here. Maybe a little afraid of a server into a Jagglezor? Which makes sense because it is risk. Ooh, the rebirth onto the Lucky Ball. Maybe a unicorn fish? Probably. Think you'd bounce maybe like. Don't really want to do the emerald. Yes, it is the apple guard. Could bounce the Hulkus, but there's a real chance of drawing into a Paladin. Alright, so now is swinging. Will swing. I think Yuri was maybe a bit too cautious. Now he no longer has the lethal. Rebirth has just some crazy tempo swings. I think they're maybe discussing something. Yet another emerald. I wonder what he put in there. Probably a server if I were hazard to guess, but it's definitely not at all guaranteed. Uh-oh. I think there are some problems with the stream itself. It says that we have somehow violated the code of conduct with YouTube, but that doesn't seem correct. Because we haven't done anything. I don't think we've done anything wrong. Huh. We haven't done anything. believe Carl won the game, but the stream is not online anymore, so I'm going to try to fix this. Are you seeing? Are you seeing the stream normally? Wait a second, I need to check this. No, this is not a rebroadcast. No, 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 no. There's something wrong with the stream because we got a community strike from apparently violating the rules somehow, and that's not correct because we have not been advertising any gambling. Okay, well, because it just jumped from the original stream into this like weird 2024 stream. I have no idea what happened. Let's see if I can somehow change the title. Uh, okay. I guess it's going to be this then, but we just have to. Uh, how can I? I'm sorry about this. I'm not quite sure what's happening. Um, we have to do it on the YouTube side. Hmm. Just okay. I found it. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Now it should be updated. Not quite sure what happened, but I think we're back online. Apparently, it just automatically switched from the original stream to this Megameet 2024 stream. So, really, my apologies for that. I have no idea what happened with the community strike. I did file a complaint about it because definitely we are not promoting any gambling here. This is just an honest card tournament, card game tournament. So I don't know if anyone like filed like an actual complaint or something against us or what's going on, but I hope there's nothing serious going on. Well, anyway, let's get back into the game. So we see Torkon iconically attacking. It's very owner. Did you guys like have like an abrupt stop to the stream at any point? Or did it just directly continue from the last stream? Because this is very confusing to me. I can't even see the chat in OBS. Huh. I'll try to. Uh, I'll try to open it again. What? Now it tells me that the chat isn't in use. That doesn't make any sense. Try that again. What? Okay, well, apparently I just can't use the chat. Sure, why not? Okay, well, anyway, back to the game. That's all that matters. So, we have Carl in the clear lead here. Big board, nothing on your side. Tempo has been tempoing. Again, apologies for all the mess ups from the whatever the hell that was. I really hope that there's nothing wrong with our channel. Yori apparently thinking very hard about his play. There we go. We see Hulkus into an Emerald and probably putting a shield trigger. Maybe a Surfer. Still a lot of creatures on Carl's side, so some swap Jagal's or play could still win the game here. Depending on triggers, of course. Just going for a simple rebirth, probably for a Pyro, I would assume. Because it's very safe for Carl to just go for some aggressive plays here. Only one creature on Yori's board, and Carl is still at save 3 shields. Oh, just gotta try that one. Oh no, what? There is a pyro. Okay, never mind. I just didn't notice because it was on the other side. But the surfer complicates things. Now it is possible to lose if he breaks another shield and it's another surfer. Then again, if he doesn't, he probably does not also have the game. I wonder if Yori has cards in his hand. I think if not, it's probably correct to go for a shield here with the Pyro. Because he still can't kill the Ganta. Yeah, going for shield with the Surfer. Yeah, that makes sense as well, because then you forced to trade. Uh-huh. Losing the Pyro hurts a little bit, but he might just have another one in hand. Or some other speed attacker, for that matter. Because now any speed attacker will win the game if he doesn't trade, so it's basically a forced trade. But yeah, Garbon, glad to see you. Sad that you couldn't make it this year, but maybe next year. We missed you in the OCG tourney, especially. 2 mana 4 or not? What's it gonna be? The Lucky Ball, okay. Trying to fish for something. Maybe a Bark Whip for a follow-up turn. Really needs to somehow remove that Ganta, but it's not looking bright for Yori here. A Spiral Gate could certainly do the trick here. Then you'd be back in the game. And even in quite a commanding position at that. It has the Spiral Gate, okay. Yeah, takes the trade. Should go for a shield here for sure. Otherwise you're going to just fall back in tempo. A Surfer could be a devastating hit, but nope. Alright, let's see what we get from Earth Power. 2 speed attackers is probably not enough to win the game, since there is a trigger. Likely. I'm not sure what he put in there. But now if Yori also has a Bark Whip in hand, it's quite likely that he'll be able to go for the finish next turn. Assuming no triggers, of course. Of course, even a single Pyro to kill the Emerald is also very, very powerful. Breath Power does have the mana advantage here. Speaking of mana, boosting a little more. Now, if only he had a rebirth. That could really change the game. Does appear to be arranging his mana. What are we gonna see? See a Gauntlet in his hand? Even a Surfer would be a fairly good tempo play here. Just bouncing the Lucky Ball so it takes up all of Yori's mana and isn't able to swing. I think I also saw a Searing Wave in his hand, which would be a possibility. Not sure if I'd go for it, but it's certainly a choice. Going for the Snip Striker? Ooh, is that a Unicorn Fish that I see? I think that is probably the play. Yeah, it is the Snip Striker. And then... Ooh, a swap. Okay. What are you getting with that swap? Ah, yes, getting the Unicorn Fish from the mana zone and then still being able to play Ganta. That's amazing. Yeah, that's a very good play. Did not spot the swap in his hand. That definitely changed everything. Awesome. Awesome to hear that you could probably make it. Carl also said that he'll definitely try to at least make it next year if possible, and maybe even drag out Gorby or Spencer. I mean, I guess CVH could be a possibility, but probably a hard sell. Would love to see the whole crew. Myself. Hmm. I think he has to have some sort of bounce here to be able to come back from this. Emerald yet again. Ooh, another switch. Maybe the shield wasn't as good after all. Now it's probably a surfer though. Okay, has the bark. Ooh, and the guard. Okay, okay, okay. That's actually quite rough for Carl, depending on his hand. A Searing Wave could sadly still do the job. I believe I did see it in his hand, so there is a very good chance of winning next turn if he still has it. Jaggel's Orb would also work. Didn't bounce any of the creatures, so I think he might not swing here, even trying to avoid giving him speed attacker or anything of the sort. But there are so many answers right now that it is also a risk not to attack, because even if one creature gets removed, then you're kind of shit out of luck. Okay, he does not have the Searing Wave in hand, if I saw correctly. But he does have a Spiral Gate to remove the blocker, so I think this is game. Yeah, and also has a Unicorn Fish, okay. Yeah, very safe, very safe. And there it is, okay. Awesome. Carl takes it 2-0. Congratulations. Good grind, good grind. Yeah, it would definitely be cool if you could make it Casper. Especially if you bring a whole community with you. Alright, and that's game. Let's check out challenge and see if anything's changed. Let's go up a bit of lag. There you go. Let's see if anything's changed in the matchups here. Have people finished? I think there's still one game going on. No, 3 games, okay. So we have a bit of an intermission going on, and then we'll go to the next feature match. You can look at the challenge when I'm gone. I'm going to also inform the staff of the community guideline strike, whatever it was for. Just a moment. Okay, now we know what's going on. It's the challenge. Yes, okay, okay. I understand why it's going to why it was striked. There are very annoying ads on the challenge website, so I think I can no longer show it on stream. That's very unfortunate. You'll have to look it up yourselves. I'm so sorry about this. I did not realize that they were like actual. Oh, that's a little sad. Okay. Well, nothing I can do about that. I'll just have to look at the challenge myself and inform you about what's happening. So sorry. I could also. Hmm. No, I don't think it's worth trying to like block those ads at this point. Uh. Hmm. Okay. I'll. Yeah. 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 It's fine. We actually got a community guideline strike from Challenge having like gambling ads, and that actually like broke the stream, so I had to restart during your game. So now I'm trying to install like some sort of ad block so we can maybe even show challenge back again because and I'm not sure because now I accidentally showed challenge just now and I'm not sure if it can get striked again. But if we do, that will end the stream permanently because that's another guideline strike. So I'm a little scared, but I'm not gonna show challenge again unless it's like without ads. Maybe, but I think it's probably easier just to install an ad blocker. So I'm just gonna try that. Yeah, I had no idea what was going on for a while. So oh well. Uh, YouTube. So I'm just gonna go. Yeah. I haven't heard of him, but okay. Yeah. 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 I'm hoping that it doesn't happen now that I disabled that challenge, but you never know. I'm just gonna have to open it and see what's going on. Yep. Okay, here we go. Now you should be seeing challenge without any ads, if I'm not mistaken. Because I am not. I've completely blocked the ads via uBlock, so everything should now be okay. And it seems also that we had the guideline strike repealed. So I think we're good now, probably, if I'm not completely mistaken. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit safer because I was really afraid that we were going to get another guideline strike from just showing the challenge for a moment and then we would be terminated. So that would be horrible. Okay, now I think we're like back in business. Probably okay. So let me just grab us a new game. Just a moment. It doesn't even show them to me. How are they showing up on stream?
Oh, but that's not the stream. Oh, the thing on the screen is not the stream, it's the laptop stream that we have on the other laptop.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's not the
Yes,
stream.
that's fine.
Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not. Oh, that's yeah, yeah,
Also promotes camp.
yeah, yeah.
Did you select the game?
Yeah, I was just about to suggest to you guys to
Okay, so yeah.
Let me get my.
Don't think so. Well, we do have an extension cord, but it's being used. Have another plug on somewhere.
Two foot.
Nope, it's a very simple one. But we also got the. But we also got the YouTube guidelines that we deal. Okay. So they just pasted the content out. That shouldn't be any problem. That was a scare. I was playing for a moment.
But it was for and they understand.
I'm not sure. They just I just made them like review the content again. They reviewed it and said, okay, that's all the content, but I'm gonna play it safe. Yeah, keep that block on. I'm gonna.
No, I don't want the door. Can I close the door? Yeah. No.
I'm gonna. I'm gonna go more quickly at.
I think maybe I'll go for. Why don't you start when you're ready?
I'll just a minute. I'll go through your guys' decks and then you may start. All right, now we are back again. We have Sebastian on the right and Mikael on the left, also known as X-Boom. They are currently doing very well. So I thought we'd have a very competitive matchup in our hands this time. We'll go check their decks real quick before we start. As soon as I can just find them. There we go with Sebastian's deck. We have a classic Gigazald Hydro Hurricane. We've seen this one before. Piloted by multiple different authors. And then we have, let me just find Miguel's deck here. Ah, there we go. So Miguel is going with the classic F and Rush with attack. Oh, that is awesome. I love to see that. He is usually the F and Rush king when it comes to building up consistency and analyzing the deck stats and whatnot. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he plays the deck and whether or not the all will be of any importance in this matchup. Alright, let's get into the games. I'll tell the combatants to start playing. Alright, good luck and have fun. Here we go. An intense match for sure. Probably quite a quick one. Unless Sebastian takes a long time to stabilize. Usually F and Rush matches are a little faster and kind of either you lose or you win quick. But of course, if it really comes down to a very long grind, then it could take a while, but we'll see. We see Skito. Okay, has the counter in Lara Giga. Let's see what we got here. A Ganda. Not swinging. That's to be expected. Ooh, the Pala is rough. Let's see if he has maybe another volcanic arrows or comet missile in hand. I think you played here for sure if you do have it. And you could even get back the other volcanic arrows after that. Alright. Mikael is thinking quite a lot about his mana card. We're going to see a Quicksilver friendly. Oh, a Shroom, okay. Is he going to put a card into his meza? It would make sense if he has that volcanic arrows. He does not. Okay, what he does have the comet missile. Okay. And then you probably swing, yeah, and take either the polygon or the arrows, depending on what's in your hand. Picking the arrows. Yep. Sebastian opting to block makes sense. Wants to preserve his shields. Ooh. First shield Giga Balza is pretty powerful here. Hitting the arrows. So further. Oh, 2 arrows. Ouch. Losing both hurts a lot. But oh, and also top deck Pyro is quite rough, not being able to play anything at all this turn. Still has the advantage in having a Ganta that is completely uncontested in the board, but I think if you hold that card in your hand, you probably won't swing because you don't want it to get discarded. But I don't think Pyro is that strong in this matchup because there are so many discard aggros. You prefer to have something permanent on board. Oh, it was a Rikaboo, not a Pyro. Sorry, my bad. It still makes sense. I would also charge that. Now, Gigazald would be quite devastating, and that's probably exactly... Oh, Mistrias. Okay. Let's see what he drew. Mm-hmm. No Gigazald in hand. Oh, did I see one? I'm not sure. Everything's so shiny on Bazat's board. Opting for those promos. Is that a Loco in his hand, I think? Oh, Giga Slug, okay. Something to deal with the Ganta. Ooh, and also the Paralysis. Okay. Gonna be rough to break through that. It's looking like Sebastian might stabilize here. Yeah, it's looking pretty grim for Mikael here. Mistria sticking the 2 Paralyses with the Petrova. He can basically never swing. And with 2 volcanic arrows and 1 comet missile already gone, it's looking very, very hard to come back from that. Think you could just scoop here, but I guess he's still relying on his awe. He just has to stick a couple of creatures. Mikhail would need an extraordinarily good series of triggers here to be able to win. Okay, Mikhail is now completely without a board. Basat going the very safe route of just discarding everything. No mana either. There is still a very, very slim chance that Mikhail wins this with Torquon into an awe, but it's like almost completely non-existent. Sebastian certainly knows that the risk of an awe is there, so he's playing extra safe. Now Mikhail is completely without anything. And now it's scooped. Yep, that makes sense. So Sebastian takes the first game. Sebastian was also wait. Well, he did have the lava Giga at the start, yeah. So it was quite good anti-aggro. And the first shield Giga balls are really hurt Mikhail bad because he wasn't able to keep one of those volcanic arrows in his hand. Off to game 2 we go. F and Rush on the play, always scary. Let's see what his hand looks like. There comes the Break Claw. The extremely ugly art of it, though. Straight from the anime. Not that the anime itself is ugly, but just that's not Break Claw. Come on now. Okay, does find the Laragiga. Let's see if Mikael has Comet Missile or Volcanic Arrows. Yep, there it is. Pretty ideal hand for Mikael here. Alright, yet another Gigabalza. Snare is very powerful here. Probably get the speed attacker here. Yep. But Sebastian probably has a Gigabalza here. Assuming he can get Darkness Meta. You could also just go for maybe 2 blockers. Gigabalza is kind of a losing play because you really don't want to try for that, but even now he's still playing, relying on triggers. If there is none, he is losing this one. Interesting. Getting the Pyro back. Taking the game, okay. Good one. So now we are at 1-1. But now Sebastian gets to start, so again, winning the first game is a definite advantage. It is indeed the best content ever. Charging the Ice Vapor. Let's see how Mika's hand is this time. Even if Mika is not on the play, FN Rush having one more card in hand is still pretty terrifying. There could be... Yeah, indeed there is a 1-drop, and there could be many good alternatives for follow-up plays here. Probably wants to Ganta next turn. Losing the Poisonous Mushroom hurts a little bit. Oh, I see the O in his hand. That is not a good thing to have in the hand, but maybe it wasn't an O. Maybe I just didn't see correctly. Deciding to play Braid Claw, so no Ganta here, which is not what he wants to see. It's not terrible because at least he can play something, but looks like the Ghost Touch will do its job, hitting that Poisonous Mushroom. Girl picking up the Volcanic Arrows for a potential blocker here. Might see... Oh, just a stream. Okay, that's pretty weak. Might be needing triggers here in order to survive. Just goes for a quick so. Probably contemplating whether or not to go with the sniper. And yes, he does. Takes the volcanic arrows. Ooh, no triggers yet. It's looking grim. Even though Sebastian was on the play, his lack of counterplay is a little worrying. Probably needs... Might even need 2 triggers at this point. Maybe you charge light mana and try to go for 2 blockers with like Giga Slug and Lara Giga. It's probably the best I could do here. And even that's not like super good because Miguel still has the volcanic arrows in hand, but it would do something. Just snares the Quixo. Okay. Isn't dead on board, but the situation is only going to get worse unless there is a trigger or 2. Ooh, okay. Miguel unable to play anything. That is very bad for him. But also there is no trigger in the last shield, so Sebastian is in dire straits. So now you play the 2 blockers, right? Ooh, 3 blockers. Okay. I feel it. He really needs to have a removal here. Otherwise, Sebastian might have a moment to stabilize. Do you see the volcanic arrows? Does he go for shields? Well, no, not shields, probably final attack. He has to go with that. And then not to waste it, I suppose he has to go with the other one too. It's rough, but I guess you could bank on having multiple removals, but you've already used a couple, so. Yeah, I think you do go. Taking the all back. Okay. Probably just wants to fix the mana. Alright, so Sebastian does have a moment to stabilize here. Sebastian just mentioned that he has dog shit in his hand, so interesting to see what that means. Like a Gigabalza or something. Yep. Ooh, Michael has so many cards in his hand. 3. What do we got? Okay. Not too bad, I suppose. He still has something to play here. Just a removal to the blocker, okay. So he desperately wants to see a speed attacker next. Hmm. Okay, probably searching for a blocker, paralysis. Oh, Gigaslot, okay. Can he find a speed attacker or a blocker removal here? Or at least something to play. If he has to pass the turn without doing anything, that is going to be rough. Mikael's signature Psyduck hat. Okay, he doesn't have the Pyro, which he immediately sacks to that. Gigaslug is good in that sense because it does block Pyro, but it also dies to Rickaboo, so it's kind of a double-edged sword. Which one is better? Ooh, spicy play. Gigaballs into shields. Very good. That second Lara Giga really saved his ass there. It's looking like he might actually survive this. The Mistria sticking. Okay, so now the situation was quite dire for Mikhail. Basically needs to have exactly Pyro here, I think. And then Sebastian should not have any discard, and then he would have maybe some chance of winning, but even if you try to play creatures here just to flood the board, I think you're only going to feed cards into Mystrios and then just lose because he has a lot of mana, he has a lot of resources. Okay, decides to kill one of the two. I would very much understand if he does kill the Mystrios because without it, he might not draw into more blockers. I have actually no idea how many cards are in Sebastian's hand. Ooh, can even follow it up with one of the creatures here. Okay, gets another blocker. Okay. I think killing the Mystrios was the correct play there, because if he didn't do that, there would be a lot more blockers right about now. Yeah, I do think Sebastian has the edge here, like at this particular moment, but it could still go anyway, depending on the draws. Okay, both are in top deck mode, so it's going to depend on what they draw. Mikhail would really like to top deck a removal. Ooh, the Belix. That is the worst possible draw for Mikhail. Can get back a Hydro Hurricane, a Stream. Let's just go for the Stream here. Probably searching for more blockers. Or Gigazald. Or Petrola. Yeah, I think that is probably going to be the game. Because we already see that Awe is not in his shields. There goes the Ganta. It's possible to still swarm over those blockers, but you need so many attackers, and Sebastian is running so many blockers in his deck that he's probably going to find the Gigazald sooner than you're going to swarm his board. And Sebastian is the only one who's able to play multiple cards per turn. Mikhail has the Braid Claw in hand. Contemplating whether or not to charge it, and he does, which makes sense because Hydro Hurricane now would just nuke all his mana. Another Paralysis, followed by... There's the Gazald, okay. The beginning of the end. Needs Torque on. Don't think we've seen any yet, so Torcon good could still save him, but he's going to have to go for shields. Ooh, volcanic arrows. Probably going to kill a Paralysis here. Can't kill the Gigazol because of the... Wait, no. Yes, he can. Yes, he can. He can't kill anything. Except the Petrova, of course. Killing the Gigazol will definitely do a lot here. But you can also kill any blockers, so... Going for the Belix. Since it is the only 7,000 power blocker. Okay. Playing to win. Not trying to survive too hard. No, there are only 3 blockers and 4 attackers, so... A speed attacker top deck might take the game, but that it is not. That volcanic arrows was really huge. Oh right, that was Petrova to Guardians. I forgot. Couldn't kill any blocker. Right. And there it is. Okay, GG. Sebastian takes it. Petrova for the finish. Okay. No speed attacker. Quite an exciting game. Lot to see it. There's a couple of matches that have yet to be decided, so we'll need to wait until they conclude, till we can get the next feature match. It will be the last round of Swiss, followed by top 8, followed by top 4. And of course, then the bronze games and the finale, which will be a best of 5. But for now, yet another intermission. I'll be with you shortly. Alright, we are back with another feature match, the final round of Swiss. And now we have Marcus, aka Make, against Jakob. Like so. Oops, forgot to update the numbers. There we go. Let's see how we Okay, now I found it. Okay, I found the deck. So there we go. Marcus has this picture of I think octagon, and it's a four-bows list with a couple of fortresses, and ooh, I like the Magmarex one-off. That's respectable. Got the Charmeleus, has engines and the rebirth. Yes, so a very standard four-bows list with a couple of spicy techs. I like that. And then we have Jakob. Let's see if I can find it. Nope. Ah, there we go. So, oh, we just a standard binary to rush with one comet missile and three control cards. All right, awesome. So, F and rush against Probos. Let's see what we got. Is Cine here in the chat with us? No, we don't really watch video essays here. Mr. Bassad actually did have not much of a video essay, but a PowerPoint on a new program that he was developing that makes playing Duel Masters online a little bit easier. And it was very nice. It had animations and everything, and didn't have any security issues or bugs. So I'm really looking forward to it being implemented fully. So it's still kind of in the beta. So we'll see how it ends up being when it's completely finished. Yeah, we have a lot of deck images. We have 34 participants in this current tournament. All right, here we go. Jakob getting quite an ideal start with the Braid Claw into Gonta. Make would really like to see some triggers here. Ooh, a burst shot. Okay. Did not attack with the Gonta. Interesting. I hear there's a judge call. Let me just see what's going on. Joo, mitä?
Jos antaa vuoron pois, että saako sitä tehdä?
Mitä me ollaan tekemässä?
Antaa vuoron.
Aivan.
Anto vuoro. Vaan että sitä ei saa pelata vuoron antamista.
Siinä meidän poliisissa taisi olla se, että jos ei ole tullut mitään uutta informaatiota, tai no valitettavasti ehtiä tulla uutta informaatiota, kun ehti nostaa se kortti. Mä voin vielä kysyä toisen mielipiteen, jos haluatte. Okay, so the not attacking with the Ganta was actually not just a misplay. It was he actually forgot. So otherwise, we usually let people take back one time in a game, but there was already new information from Make being having already drawn his turn card, so that's why we didn't let that slide anymore. Very unfortunate, but it is a tournament after all. You really have to try your best to actually remember your triggers and everything else. So not much we can do there. We have to be fair and impartial. Since we had accepted the ruling that if there's new information, there won't be any take-backsies afterwards. That's what we're going with. But now it is still looking like Jaakko might take this home after no triggers from Markus. Well, yeah, it is a misplay, but it's like it wasn't just like that he decided not to attack, but it was just that he forgot that Ganta was able to attack there. Oh, there's a clamp. Okay, a clamp into a blocker, maybe. Juliana. Oh, swap. Okay, right. Okay. Still anyone's game then. So had he actually attacked? Ooh, the pyro. And there it is. Okay, still took the game despite the misplay. Okay. No, ehkä toisaalta hyvä näin, niin ei jää sitten oikeasti silleen kaihertamaan. Yeah, I'm kind of glad that happened because now it's like it would have been a really sour thing to have happen in such a late stage at the tournament. So, no feel bads. But at least now, certainly, he will remember this time. I think Evan Rush is definitely favored in this matchup. Because Maga's list isn't all that anti-aggro. Just 2 blockers. The trigger count is very respectable at 10. Though one of them is Fairy Life, but still. Very respectable nonetheless. Let's see if Jaakko's hand here is as good as it was last game. It does appear to be a 1-drop. Yep. You see the Magmarax and Pit. Those are not the cards you want to see in your hand against Evan Rush. You'd really rather have them in your shields. I think he might charge the Volcanic here, but okay. Going for the Ganta. Yeah, that makes sense. Taking the Break Claw. No triggers yet. Does he have the Bronze Arm? He does, okay. So at least he has the curve of Bronze Arm into Sky Sword in his hand. And that certainly counts for something. And now I think you can, yep. Ooh, ooh, that is nasty. Pretty much needs a burst shot in shields. No such luck so far. Yikes, okay. Can't even trade. It's looking like this is a 2-0. Barring 2 triggers, maybe. Then he would have a chance to stabilize. If the last 2 shields are Pit and a Burst Shot, he has a very good chance of surviving. But barring that, it might be tough here. Just plays Magmax, okay? Oh right, that was in his hand. Yes, okay. That's a good play. We do see the speed attacker here. Rikaboo should attack with yeah, probably that. Oh, and takes the game. Okay, 2-0. Quite hasty stream game this time. Unfortunate for Make, but congratulations to Jaakko. Quite unlucky shields for Make this time around. And that's that. Probably one of the faster tournament games we've had. And we'll have quite a long intermission now because I think the others are very much still going. So I'll go see how they're doing and be back with you with another match yet again. I'll leave you with the challenge. Sebastian with 5 wins in a row yet again. Truly the king of Swiss. But yeah, see you guys soon. Alright, sorry for the wait. We have finished the final round of Swiss, which means that we have the top 8 standings right here. You can see it as soon as I scroll down just a bit. There we go. So we have Sebastian, Louis, Mikael, Teemu, Claudio, Antti, Markus, and Tobias. It appears the match I was spectating, being Jonas against Tobias, ended in Tobias's favor. We have quite interesting games coming. Oh wait, I haven't actually updated. Sorry. I think it's still, yeah, okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, now we are actually in the correct top 8. So Sebastian, Mikael, Teemu, Louis, Jaakko, Otto, Carl, and Tobias. Slightly different. Yeah. Sadly, Asfar can't be joining us for top 8 because he is in the top 8 himself, but we'll see if he gets into the top 4 or not. Sebastian yet again with the menacing 6-0 record. He's probably terrified about losing against the top 8 immediately and leaving without prizes, but he already proved us wrong last time, so maybe he can do it again. There are 3 FN rushes in the top 8, so some of the matches will be a little faster than the others. I actually can't remember what Louis' deck was like, so probably take a look at that before I say anything. Yeah, Louis is not playing FN Rush. He's playing Elzonius. Ooh. I want to see an Elzonius match. I'm going to ask them to join us for a feature match for sure. That's cool. Alright. But that said, we do have a small break because everyone's a little exhausted. So probably like at least 6 more minutes before we start the round. I'm gonna grab a quick bite and we'll be with you in just a moment. Alright, we are back. We got Louis against Jakobe on the featured game. Sorry, I was muted for a while. So we got Louis against Jakobe. Louis rocking the Aelzonius deck that I have not yet seen. And then we have, well, see in action that is. And then we have Jakobe rocking FN Rush, which we already got the pleasure of seeing previously. These are the top 8. So after this we have the top 4 and then the finale. The bronze game sadly will not be on stream because we simply do not have the time. It's already 8 p.m. and then there are still 3 more rounds to go, so we have to prioritize time there and have the bronze game simultaneously with the finale. And of course, followed by the finale, we have, the finale is followed by a prize ceremony in which a DM10 booster will be waiting for the winner. All right. Let's see that our combatants are set. I don't know which way they're sitting. I might have to switch the... Okay, I do have to switch then. So Louis is on the right and on the left. Here we go. The combatants are set, and I will be telling them to start whenever. Alright, good luck, have fun, both of you. Will be quite an interesting matchup. I believe Louis' deck does run quite a bit of anti-aggro. There are 3 Balzes, 2 Holy Aws, 2 Colons, 2 Soul Swaps, and 2 Dimension Gates, which can all be relevant in this matchup. The Bingoling and the Dulcerna probably won't, but the Cancel, Belix, and of course the Sky Swords will be key to securing victory in this matchup. Let's see who is on the plate. Ooh, 5-5. Ooh, it looks like Jakob will be on the play, which is what he wants and what Louis dreads. Very interesting to see if he can outmaneuver the FN Rush sheer speed. Well, at least it seems for him that Yako is severely bricking. No turn to play. Only has 2 volcanic arrows and 2 speed attackers in hand, so that is dreadful. Ooh, and Louis is able to start with a nice mushroom here. think. Yeah, double creature in here is definitely smart. Having at least something to play. I think we'll probably see a Canosil here, maybe a Magris. I personally would probably go for Canosil just to check for the Volcanic Arrows, but I suppose it is pretty obvious here that he has it because it's so badly bricked since turn 2. So it is definitely an option to just go straight for Magris and then save the Canosil. Yeah, it does go for a Dimension Gate. Finding a Sky Sword, I would assume. Prepping for next turn. I'm really not sure that's the play though. Because at least if you play a creature, you can trade. I suppose the information for your shields is definitely important, but now he's gonna have to just take a couple hits. Excuse me, I sneezed. Oh, there's the balls up. Ouch. Okay. From the first shield to that is, oh, the first shield this turn. That is quite rough. I think he has to pass now, and that gives Louis an ample chance to stabilize. Oh, opts to attack. Interesting. I don't think I would have done that, especially with the volcanic arrows. Oh, he actually charged it. Yikes. No, it's not looking good. Louis with 3 shields and Yako with no hand. This is not looking good. Only able to play 1 card as well. There's the Carousel followed by a swap and just getting more mana and shields. Balsa to mana, something else to shields. Probably wanted it the other way around, but still his situation is very, very strong. Might be quite difficult for Louis to come back. Oh, sorry, for Yako to come back. Oh, the holy awe. Very rough. And there comes the Ozonius. With no way of getting rid of Ozonius. I think you should have gone for one more shield with the Sky Sword there. Because then that was a clock that was pretty unbreakable. Because now he isn't able to. I suppose if he has another Elzonius, then he's quite safe. We'll see if that's the case or not. Just choosing to kill Quixo. I believe that is certainly game. Yep. Louis definitely takes this one. There's nothing that effing Rush can do against an unchoosable creature of that caliber. GG. Alright. Then we go to the next one. Yeah, I did brick pretty hard that game, so let's see what happens if he draws an actual functional hand. If he manages to do that, of course. Which is by no means guaranteed. We do see a much better start this time. Ooh, even has the ideal poisonous mushroom after the sniper mosquito. Answering the poisonous mushroom with a poisonous mushroom, but there is also a speed attacker here. Yeah, it's not looking very good for Louis this time. But he does again have the advantage of having won the first round, so if he loses this one, he'll get to start next. There's a cancel. There is a volcanic arrows in Yako's hand, so definitely looking to remove that cancel. And that's that. Yako takes game 2. An exciting third game. That's what we're all about. Oh, 日本人ですか。こんにちは。日本語でも OK ですよ。Let's see what we see from game 3. Louis really pondering about that first mana. Opting for the Quicksilver. Interesting. Probably means he has another 2-drop to go for. Yep, Belix. That is a good one. Do you see the volcanic arrows in Yako's hand, so probably will be opting to get rid of it. Or he might just play the mushroom into a 1-drop. If he happens to have a 1-drop. I do see the poisonous mushroom there. Ooh, choosing to charge it. Okay. Interesting. Going for a cancel. Yep. Going to have to remove that cancel at the very least. Huh. Interesting. Just developing his board and passing the turn. It is certainly a strategy, but Louis' deck has blockers for days, so some of them definitely have to be removed before he starts swinging. I see a Sky Sword in Louis' hand, so things are looking quite good for him. Pondering whether or not he should charge the Holy All, but I think you almost always should. Yep. Louis now without a hand, but also quite strong with two very strong blockers on board, and still no shields broken. Castle has been removed, so yeah, slowly getting to remove the blockers. I think going for shields now is maybe not the right move. Getting the Gaunt. Interesting. Holy All. Okay. Interesting not to block anything. Probably want some cards in hand. But were they impactful enough? That is the question. What's up? Lost your game?
Oh yeah.
Alright. Who are you up against again?
Actually,
Ah, okay.
Mika. Michael? Mika?
Yeah.
Mika.
Uh, Travis one. You want
That's
that?
all right.
You can take that one.
No, that's all right. Just, watch the end of this.
Yeah, we are seeing Louis clear the board here.
Yeah. He was terrified of this matchup. Terrified of his potential top four matchup. But extravagant sensations. He got the worst wrong. Much like I did on the bottom round.
Yeah, I think Louis is actually kind of strong here because
Oh yeah, for sure. In this moment, yes.
yeah, because Yako doesn't really have much in his hand, honestly.
Yeah.
He can do Gaunt or double Polygon, I think.
Yeah. We still got to set up for a game one. But yeah. Just figured I'd come crash the stream after another crushing top 8 defeat.
Of course, you're always welcome here.
going on, chat?
Let's see the chat. For some reason after the stream reset, the chat is not visible in OBS, so we have to actually go into YouTube. No, it's pretty funny because this the stream chat is for some reason completely like translated automatically to Finnish, and I wasn't able to disable it because it looks ridiculous. and and I remember there was like one moment in the stream where I think it was it Spalding playing, and then someone said in the chat like "goat on the left," or like greatest of all time, and it was just translated as the actual animal in Finnish. Like, yeah, there is a goat on the left.
It's right on both accounts.
Interesting list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is definitely like one of the tighter matches. Both of our side of the bracket was over within 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Ooh, the Balza. Yeah, now I think it's probably Louis' game.
Yeah, he's just gotta set up enough guys to go for it. Feel safe doing it.
I see the Petrova in the hand. What's the other card?
Two shields is in the comfiest position.
It's 3 shields.
Is it 3?
Yeah, his deck is over there, so that's 3.
Oh, the darkness of the mat.
Yeah.
Throw under there. Like shadow from up here.
Yeah, so he's
Okay, so
kind of chilling.
He's in a great spot. So it's now just a matter of count the turns and try to deal with a few things in the meantime.
Like if he has absolutely no removal and he can chokes, maybe then there's a chance for Jaakko, but it's kind of tough.
Okay, so
yeah, the Petrova just
clear the creature, puts in he's 3 attackers, 4 attackers. Looks like 4.
yeah, it's a bunch.
So you should be solid next turn if he decides he wants to go for it. He might wait another turn.
I think you just go because you have Petrova, so it doesn't matter if there's a
Last. Sorry, I'm just accidentally pressing it.
Yeah, understandable.
Put every hope on everyone.
Did it actually matter in your matchup? Okay. There was actually a game against Sebastian where it did matter, like it was actually in the shields, but Sebastian still won because it was like he played around it. I just got finished sleeving my OCG deck that I won from the tourney.
I like the Rush matchup with Rug, but the problem is you need to have quite a few things go right. So it's always a narrow line.
Yeah. I think
still very winnable. Like the wonderful thing about Rug is you can just kind of break 4 shields at any given point in the game because the soul swap fire.
Yep.
With Magnet Giazzo, so you got a creature. So, but that gives you the out on Rush.
just wanted to break all the shields just for fun.
Just to say he did it. I appreciate that. But he's got to be feeling good. He's sweating this one.
Yeah, because now I think it's pretty safe to just say that Louis has got us in the bag. There's almost no avenue of losing. Felix getting a holy all back to hand. It really doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's fucking this turn. I'd be surprised. Yeah.
Yeah, the clearing is free because the blockers can't attack it. And there we go. Louis takes it.
Your top 4's been set.
And the top 4. Awesome.
Oh, wait, no, I don't think Sebastian. I think Bazat's still playing now.
Yeah, we can check the challenge quick here. Final stage, we have Come on now. You can do it. There we go.
Yeah, there's I don't know. Tobias? Yeah, wow.
Oh,
All the
so
fire nature rushes again.
so he actually
What a wicked.
so so Sebastian actually got his nightmare come true this time. Was in the top eight after completely annihilating Swiss.
That's tough.
Lost to Marino. How do you feel about that?
Oh, it's like Marino, like tempo or Marino control.
I think it's like
Do you have
I
his, do
think
you
it
have
was
Tobias'
I
first
I
four?
think it was closer to control. Was there we go. Let me just pull up the so you can actually look at the deck as well. So here's Tobias's deck. Let's just swap it around.
Yeah.
So I think it's closer to control because you have like the it's very weirdly formatted.
He laid it out like an absolute psychopath.
I think it's because he
Okay.
wants to
Yeah.
make it harder to read for opponents.
Yeah.
But
So this is similar to the tempo Marquito, and I played against something similar to this with
yeah,
Marquito, but yeah, it's so yeah. So light water dark. We were chatting about that. Like
it's a mid range deck, but
yes, but I love this version with the Ghost Touch. I'm
Mhm.
surprised. Okay, he is running all four, so we talked about that because we tested this a little bit with the channel, but like it always felt like it was just too slow to get under like all of the other like aggressive like tempos like rug, like rush and stuff
yeah,
like that, but also just not heavy enough to get over the controls. So it found its way, like I said, a semi mid range deck, but it just
yeah,
never felt that way. It doesn't play that way because like Praise doesn't have the juice it used to back in like 2006 for some reason. It just kind of fell off a cliff, but just with all the slower controls. But if you can tempo out and hit the Mariner Dancer and just yeah,
yeah, and
so it seems as if that's working out for
and
him.
actually, in the matchup against Jonas, he managed to pull off a funny move with like they were going. It was a crazy game. They were going back and forth and like lost soloing each other left and
Yeah.
right, and then they got to the point where they had enough mana, and Tobias had a Petrova on board, and he just played Tajimal into Craze and just finished because
Yeah, because
no
that's
trigger really helps against
yeah.
Petrova.
I mean that's the thing about the stack right. It's maybe worth showing off again, but anybody who's playing this, if they're playing it right, they don't swing, even though it always feels like you should when you have like the tempo advantage of just like a Taj Mahal into a Magris, into just like a Marino Mancer, and you just if your opponent's also dirtling, like
Yeah,
or trying to play defensive, it feels like you should like start like playing crazy and getting
because this
after
is
it, but
still
it's
like
just
a very resource controlling deck
hundred
with
percent
because
right.
there are three clamps and four
Correct.
ghost touches,
And
so
this
you
deck like not auto loses, but starts to just lose its ground if you start trying to take shields and giving your opponent the advantage that you were taking away in the first place. And it's such a
yeah.
strange deck on paper. It looks like it should be aggressive, but it's not.
I mean, you can play aggressive against some decks,
Right.
but
Yeah.
like
Right. You have the line if you need it, but what I'm saying is like
yeah,
players that don't have patience that play this deck, I think it's tough.
yeah, they're gonna get
So
crushed.
you're not gonna have a good time. So, but no,
Yeah,
that's awesome. I was just literally rapping rhapsodic with Marquito about this, just like how he should like kind of adjust the version that he brought. But yeah, I'd
running.
love to see it. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
it's running the full four pits, and
Heck yeah, lean in.
it's saying
Yeah, it looks great.
how many holy alls is it? One, I think, just one holy all.
Two.
Oh no, wait,
Yeah,
that's
this dude's running the two,
so hard to analyze.
and he's even got the single Miel in there too, just for like the additional three.
Two Halkuses.
Yeah, that's you run a super light pack or water package. I'm
Yeah,
surprised because like we messed around with Emerald just to give us like that additional 2-drop potential, just because you're playing pit and all. So
fun to see the Miel at least as well. It's
yeah,
quite a rare
yeah, Miel
inclusion.
making the cut over Emerald is fresh. I can appreciate that if you're expecting just a ton of aggro. So,
I think it's like a one-off. Yeah, I
no,
don't see
it
anything.
is. It's a one of. That's what I'm saying. Like Emerald, I think is a one of two. You typically won't
Yeah,
play more than one or two, depending on where you're at with Hulkus. But I'm surprised he's playing the Hulkus with a full suit of mana. Throw it off to the other.
yeah,
But no, it's fresh. I like it.
yeah.
Like it
I'd
a lot.
probably consider something other than that as well, because like yeah, I think Halkus is sort of like more of an aggro-y tempo card.
Right. You want it to just, like you said, resource manage while you but like then it's just a creature that sticks, but you don't do anything with it. It's not providing bait for
Yeah.
So it's not my favorite of the style of deck, but clearly it's working out for him, and it is in a sense anti-aggro because it gives you a 3-drop that gives you a card and can swing back at 2,000.
You know, 12 water cards, so I think maybe even like a couple Melnias could work
Yeah,
more
we liked Melanie a lot.
because it also trades to Ganta and
It trades to Gauntlet, trades to everything. It's just
yeah,
it is a
and also gets through like the horrible Hydro Hurricane like walls that
clearly it probably made a difference. I'm interested to talk to Lazat about it.
Tobias.
No, Lazat who just lost.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I'd rather hear his recount before
Right.
Tobias's. If we're being honest, I know he's probably semi just upset. But no,
All right.
so,
Let's see if the okay, we do have the top four set now. It's Tobias against Louis, and then Mikael against them. Ooh.
welcome to the Fire Ranger introduction.
Should we take a Fire Nature mirror?
It could be fun.
Yeah, because it's
Is there Fire Nature at the top right?
yeah, Fire Nature mirror is in the top four. So
But what about this one? What is that? This is Light Water Dark versus what?
versus Ilzonis.
Okay. Yeah, you should be fine. Yeah.
I think
Because I was gonna say if you stand the chance it could do Fire Nature Rush.
I think
No, I like it.
I think both of them are quite interesting matchups. Like Fire Nature Rush mirror is surprisingly big brain.
Yeah.
From what I've like spectated.
Yeah.
There are a lot of like especially now that there's the one of awe that you have to play around. I think that's fun.
Should be fun. Yeah, I like it. I'll get to it again.
Yeah, we'll get all right. We have our first top more matchup in F and Rush Mirror. I'm quite looking forward to this because it's something quite surprising. You wouldn't think that it takes a big brain to actually play F and Rush Mirror, but it's surprisingly difficult. It's just tons of decisions you have to make, and I think Mikael, who is like one of the most experienced players with the deck, will be at a slight advantage here. I'm very interested to see whether or not the one-off awe will make a difference here. The die roll, of course, also does matter. Braid Claw also is not the best one drop here because you really want to be trading. Alright, let's see if them can also land a one drop, because that is also very crucial. Okay, it does. Polygon. The Ganta. Do you want to take a chair now? Alright. So we have Carl here, co-commentating.
What's going on, YouTube?
He unfortunately lost his top 8 match, so
As you do to all X-Men over there, Mr. McHale.
oh,
So I wish TMO the best of luck, and hoping we see him just absolutely obliterate McHale.
Avenge you.
Yeah, for sure. So I didn't realize that Tobias is Spalding. Yeah, hadn't put that together yet. I walked up to Lou and I was like, "Hey, good job, man." And he was talking to Tobias, and Tobias was like, "Because I like went," and Tobias was like, "Oh shit, like, you actually won! Wow, good job." Well, you guys can play whenever.
Yeah, actually, also had a mistake earlier. I mistook Mark for Louis.
Yeah.
Because there are so many, like, there's Mark D, there's Marco.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I'm so confused.
I've been mixing up Otto and Yako all day.
Yeah.
That's my tough one right now.
They're also quite similar, like looks-wise.
Yeah, and that's what's doing it for me. The names I've got, like,
Yeah, it's the like the curly hair.
yeah, it's just I catch him from behind. I just like run up and I'm like, oh, yeah, man, you're not the one I was looking for. So looks like so X Boom Mikhail had started correct. He was the higher seed here, so looks like he's head on board. This is such a fun mirror. Like, this is the only time I ever like watching Fire Nature Rush play the game, is when it plays against itself.
Yeah, there are a surprising number of different decisions you just have to make.
Just little micro plays here and
Yeah.
there. It's we always found that, like, we wanted to keep our opponent. Obviously, if you're on the play versus the draw, like, you you need to have your one drop, because if your opponent has their one drop, then they're essentially the one on the play plus the draw. So you play this, like, weird back and forth because the hand doesn't quote unquote matter. At least hand size doesn't quote unquote matter, because you're gonna get to turn 4 when you're supposed to win with at least a card or two in your hand, regardless of whether you return or draw. So,
and also you almost never want to start with Blade Claw.
Right, it's the weakest of the three for sure in this matchup,
because you just get stomped by the opposing polygon or sniper.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Timo had all the cards and a very good mushroom there. So yeah, so again, just a wonderful back and forth, because that's exactly how you get ahead. You get back ahead is you force the trades, because you force showing lethal at any given point. So while X Boom had the advantage prior to that poisonous mushroom, he still had Timu on a 2 turn.
Yep.
And now Timu is presenting, quote unquote, because Rush can present it at any point with 3 mana, lethal. Next turn, if X Boom doesn't trade with the Gaka, which he has to do here.
Yeah.
So it's like you said, just a wonderful little, like, back and forth chess match.
And now X Boom is also
X Boom presents lethal, right? So he's in that position. So you can, like, breaking shields just doesn't quote unquote matter here. It's like you take these Fire Nature Rushes, which are just supposed to be aggressive, but it's like an aggressive control match. It's lovely.
Your only way of, like, actually removing stuff is mostly just, like,
swinging over, or you play the
you play volcanic arrows, but
Right.
You only remove Gauntlet with that, pretty much. Or
Correct.
Quicksilver.
Correct. You remove the creature that you can't swing over.
Yeah.
So, and again, the opponent can't present lethal at that point. I'd be interested. I wish we could see like player hands because I would love to just know if like Temu's like has double speed attacker here.
Unfortunately, it doesn't have the mana for it
Yeah.
quite yet.
Yeah. Temu's at disadvantage, so he essentially just has to set up as many creatures on board as he can and just hope
Yeah, I think
Mikhail doesn't have lethal. Like that's it.
Yeah, I think Mikhail does have lethal here, unless there's a last shield volcanic arrows.
Double pyro down could have been a force play if I'd be surprised if both went down if he didn't have the speed attacker, but there's some piece there to just again playing that chess match back and forth just to make mana work, trying to stay ahead on board creatures. So it's interesting to see.
Especially now that one of the pyros is untapped, so he can really need that mana.
Correct. He's swinging here. That I think is a mistake.
Yep.
But
yeah, I think you just basically won if you survive that turn.
Yeah. Yeah, you hope
there it is.
Miss. So it's just last shield volcanic arrows.
Yep. And that's quite often what it comes down to.
Yeah, almost always. It's just
boom, 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 boom. No,
yeah. Oh shucks. Yeah, there it was. Does he have to? Wow,
whoa.
he nailed it. All right.
God damn.
Yep. So that's just welcome to the luck.
Yeah,
so,
I think.
So this isn't. It's yeah it is guaranteed. Okay.
Yeah, it's guaranteed.
Yeah, just that's
unfortunate for Miguel.
He played everything exactly right, and sometimes you just lose to the variance. It's such a feel bad, but it's just welcome to the game. Like as correct as fun as watching Fire Nature Rush, I love that it still comes down to the luck piece of it, which is just
and it was like still. Wait,
what's he doing? Not have a he does.
Oh, he doesn't have a speed attacker, but it's
I thought he did. Yeah.
I thought he grabbed one.
I thought he did too. Maybe he didn't have one.
There's the all.
Oh my
there's
god.
the all.
Is the all the,
oh my god.
swing play?
Please let there be an all.
I forgot he was running all.
This would be so good.
No.
Okay.
Alright.
That would have been fucking legendary.
Yeah. So Timo goes up 1-0.
And
beats Mikhail on the play. So
that's going to be rough.
Yeah.
On game 3.
Potentially, yeah. Timo can just prove it again. Take a look, see if chat's saying anything.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are, because like there are quite a few FN Rush fanatics.
Nice.
Oh, just GG. Okay.
What's up, Rob? I called Dark Signer Roz earlier.
No problem.
Oh, why? Just like why those two have like always been like interchangeable in my mind.
I always like confuse Dark Signer and Tobias if I'm using the Discord names.
Yeah.
If I just say Tobias and Jonas, then I'll never get.
Well, it doesn't help that like the two of them are just like the IDC guys. Like,
yeah. The German guys.
All right. Next boom hits his 1-drop again, but it is break wall. So.
Yeah, unfortunate. It looks like actually I can't quite see it.
Oh no,
break wall. Okay, well at least it's like even.
So yes and no. Mikhail. So I keep referring to this game, and at least I have for the last like several months, like since we started like kind of talking about it this way, but just like being a turn ahead, and like
Yeah,
you get to a certain amount of turns ahead, and like you essentially won the game. Like, and that's
yeah,
at
yeah.
least
That's
for a lot of aggro, like because I play a ton of rug, like that's the move. So like Mikhail is still a turn ahead here. Like
yeah,
the
yeah,
break claw, the
yeah.
follow break claw on the play or on the draw doesn't help Team of here. He needed the 2,000 power.
Yeah, yeah,
He
yeah.
needs to reverse grain.
I just meant like it's good for Mikael that
Yes, yes, it is. It is.
that there's like because otherwise if Teemu had followed it up with a polygon, that would have been quite bad for Mikael.
Correct. So at this point, yeah, Timo's just literally mirroring everything Mikhail's doing. So
So right, we
yeah,
got
and that's big. That's
quite a
big. Two creatures is so much stronger than speed attacker here.
yeah, and also quite a big board because two of them are like very
Yeah.
large. I think you could kill the Ganta here. No, 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 no. No, it doesn't matter because it's the same power.
Yeah.
Thinking.
Yeah. I think.
I mean, you could still kill the Ganda with a volcanic arrows if you really want to.
So what's the one drop that he played? I can't tell with the glare.
It's Sniper Mosquito.
Okay. So yeah. So Timu's not in a great spot. Volcanic arrows could be fine here.
Yeah, volcanic arrows into a one drop is fine.
Correct. Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily matter what the one drop is. The problem is like the team is still behind the turn, so like
Yeah.
he's
And the one drop also needs to be 2K because
yes,
otherwise
it can't be break off, right?
Mm.
Yeah, Tim is gonna have to see a Torcon and shields or just something incredibly lucky, but it's coming down to the wire here. I will say one of my favorite things about just like one this mirror, but just like making a Fire Nature Rush player think,
yeah.
putting them in the tank. Yeah, just some of my favorite. Just, yes, make the brain do the rotations because you deserve this.
Yeah, it was quite funny when I was spectating Jaakko, who was also playing Afinosh,
Yes.
and he was up against Make, who was playing, I believe, Forbos, maybe? I think it was Forbos. And he actually forgot to attack with his Ganja. Like, and he still won that game because there were no triggers. So it was like very, very funny.
Okay. Poisonous mushroom. Okay.
Okay.
Poisonous mushroom. So, I don't know if that's better than just if he had maybe didn't have the one drop with 2,000 power, but yeah, it looks like he's got a break on his hand, maybe something else. But
yeah, I mean, I guess in the sense that if he now swings at a shield, you have more mana. But
yes, but like more mana doesn't help because your only removal is volcanic arrows.
Yeah, that is true.
And
that is true.
Like even if you have speed attack or volcanic arrows, like you are now behind 3 shields, soon to be 4. Like, it's a mistake I think here for Mikhail not to swing. Right? So
Yeah, of course he
so
he takes the pyro.
yeah. And so he's presenting lethal with almost no repercussion. Like team is now back at least 2 to 3 turns. Like he's which is just too far to overcome.
Yeah, I don't.
So I'd be incredibly impressed if we see anything.
Yeah,
Last shield volcanic arrows could help. It's what he's got to rely on. So you play to win. So you just drop everything you can. Clear the one
Should
creature.
you yeah,
You
go
should.
for a shield here.
You attack the sniper, which he does, right?
Yeah, you go for
And
a
then
shield.
poisonous mushroom does break a shield. It has to. Yeah, he has to find again. You play to win, not play to not lose. Right. So, like last shield volcanic arrows has to happen. And Mikhail would be
unless he doesn't have a fire mana.
Also, yeah, wow.
Because he's thinking now.
Yeah, it's not as big of an overthink from Mikhail unless he just doesn't actually have a fireman, which is crazy because I thought he had 2 pyros down. earlier, but maybe that was last game.
Yeah, that was
The other unfortunate thing about Fire Nature Rush games is they all blend together because they're just
okay. He does have.
okay. So yeah, so it's just
Just
maybe just making sure he doesn't overthink something.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, cool.
We got it. So we get to an exciting game 3.
Yep. It puts Timo on the play, which is gigantic.
I do really like that most of these like top 8, top 4 matches go to game 3 because it's all more interesting to commentate.
Yeah, for sure.
Just try to.
Oh yeah, you're good.
For some reason, it doesn't pick up my voice at all. But I'm like, if I'm here, like almost nothing happens there.
Oh yeah.
So when I come here, it helps a little bit at least.
Oh yeah, I guess I don't know if it's actually picking me up or not, but it looks like it might be.
Yeah, it seems to be.
Yeah, I think that's why they started calling like streamers like shoutcasters. It's just microphones and all the ambient noise, like degradation stuff. Like just you have to essentially scream at your laptop if you want to pick stuff up.
The challenge link is in the Megameet WhatsApp, but I can also post it there. So just wait a sec. Oops. There we go. No. Yes. Yes. We got it. There you go. And we go back to the game. So it seems. Okay, let's see if Mikael can answer it with a 2K one.
Showing the stream that he didn't really show.
Yeah,
appreciate that.
I saw a pyro. I think he's breaking.
Yeah, it looks like it. This could be the downfall of
Yeah.
So this is
GG.
huge. So Mikhail's got only a few outs here, and that requires team to have a couple of bad plays in a row.
And that's not what's happening right now.
He just unloaded his hand for 2 deadly cards. Yep. So that's
now we require like a Torcon, an all, and then a last shield. Volcanic arrows.
So he's going to need to see a Torcon or 2.
Okay, at least 2 creatures.
2 1-drops is big. So he takes it back to just being a turn behind, which is nice. And fortunately, Timo's not putting any like power pressure on board, which is huge. So the Torcon needs to come out of one of these 3. Has to.
We got something.
Yeah, nope. Or hold now, and that's either one's bad. Yeah,
okay, now it's last shield or bust.
I think that last shield might have been. That last shield that Timo just broke wasn't triggered. Essentially paying should win.
Yeah. But now if the last shield's all, you.
If the last shield is all, you play to win.
Yeah.
So you break shields.
Yeah, you break shields.
So.
And even still, I don't think you can win because Teemu can afford to trade and then still win.
Yeah.
Even.
Exactly. Well, he might not actually trade, but he could probably trade with a creature.
Yeah, and that's the only one you really need to trade because Polygon will return anyway.
Okay, so he's killing. Okay, so he's going for the. Okay, so that means he either saw the all, or he's banking on. Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, okay.
So he had the last shield. Okay. So he's stabilizing. However, he needs to have 2 to 3 creatures drop here. So poisonous mushroom, some 1-drops.
Yeah, I think 2 is like the minimum that.
Yeah. And if that happens, he needs Tamer to brick. And even still, he's possibly a turn behind from him. So, because it's essentially a 2-turn after this turn for him.
Yeah.
So,
and you probably.
He needs to just have 2 absolute duds of draws.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay.
GG.
And he's stoked. Yeah, good for Timo.
All right.
But and welcome to it, guys. That was Fire Nature Rushmere.
Yeah.
It is as fascinating as it looked.
That was quite fun.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. Like I said, it's the only time I appreciate Fire Nature as a deck is when it plays itself. So because it's that dynamic is just absolutely fun to watch. But yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah. And of course, there's still the finals, so you can stick around.
Appreciate that.
Let's see what's going on.
Not much to do with the last.
Yeah.
I mean, I had out
Yeah.
because I could save the add so if you had like only static hits.
So that second to last shoot wasn't on.
No, it was Comet.
Ah. Bluffing.
Because I was thinking, I was like, you're only out, right? You play to win, play to not lose, right? So like, I didn't know if you could like drop like 2 or 3 creatures if you had poisonous mushroom, but
No.
get them on board and just break a shield. Like not even trade with this creatures there, and just play for the. You were behind because regardless, even after that turn, you were still 2 turns off winning. So you had to get
The
through.
game would have been so good if I just had the turn one sniper over. Like,
Yeah,
even identify something.
Well, that's what we talked about in the second game. It's just like him on the draw, like he needed to have the 2,000 power creature against your break ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, break ball, so just mirrored your plays with 2 turns off.
Yeah, because I was looking at okay, I only have great law, I can get fucked here too, but
Exactly.
but yeah, got fucked by the last hill.
Yeah. Fire Nature, we were talking about it. It's just fascinating. It's the only time I love the deck is when it's playing against itself because it's fascinating.
But I also like that both of you had last year arrows.
Yeah, but mine didn't matter because I had it in hand.
It did matter.
It mattered, but only mattered if he doesn't get the speed.
Yeah.
So it didn't matter in the end.
That's true. Let's see if the chat has anything to say. Just GG.
GG. We can see how.
All right. We will have a small intermission and finally we'll get the finalists on stream. It seems that Tobias and Louis are still continuing their match, so we are not yet set. See you shortly. All right, we are back and we have the finalists at the table. We have Teemu on the left and Spalding, aka Tobias, on the right. How refreshing to see Marino Mancer in the finale. I have not seen Marino Mancer in tourneys at all for quite a while, so really looking forward to what's happening in this matchup. FN Rush versus good old Marino. Here we go.
We're coming to it. So yeah, shout outs to Tobias's deck, Spalding, the one we were talking about a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Just how fascinating just this. I was outside talking to Claude and Claudio and Sebastian about it. That just this deck like handles the middle of the field of decks so good. Like I was convinced for the longest time that this deck was like a solid like tier 3 deck, and it does
And probably still is.
and probably still is, but does so many things right. Like go back to like 2006, just so many things right against the decks that it should be, quote unquote. But it handles the middle of the field like in a tournament structure like this with just a bunch of people trying to play, just trying to maybe overthink the game to a degree versus like Hydro Hurricane, which handles the extremes of the meta, the Fire Nature rushes and all the heavy controls, but struggles against cards that, like Petrova, like Holy All, like all the, all those mid-range cards that, this deck just kind of plays into. Craze Valkyrie, which just doesn't really see play all that much anymore. So just fascinating to see this thing kind of just do its job the whole tournament.
That said, I think Demo is quite a bit favored here because of the very low amount of triggers in Tobias's deck. There are only, I believe,
couple of pits.
Ghost Touch. Yeah, there are 4 pits, but I think those are the only stopping triggers in addition to Holy Alls.
So 4 pits, 2 alls.
Yeah, and of course the Ghost Touches can be relevant, but
not in the way you want it.
Yeah, if Demo is able to empty his hand quickly and clamps and Ghost Touches become dead draws, the matchup will look very grim.
Yeah, and Timo has the seed advantage, correct? So Tobias came in at 8.
Yes,
that. Yeah, because he was 4-2.
Yes, that is very unfortunate for Tobias, but he does have turn 2 Sarius, so we'll see if Demo has a removal to it.
He played Gauntlet last turn, so.
And he does, yep.
Yes, and he swings with Gauntlet first. It'd be silly not to.
Yep.
Yeah, Terra Pit is the only punish, and there it is. So, interesting here for Tobias. I think the correct play is to, it depends if he has the blocker in hand. If he has the blocker in hand, you pit the Gauntlet, you take the extra shield, you play for the end game. But if you don't, then you pit the break wall. So.
Yeah. Ooh, okay.
So, getting lots and lots of triggers, Ghost Touch, hits the hand. Looks like the last card was Heart Attack.
For a moment, I really thought that it was actually a second pit, but not quite. Okay, so, yeah, we do see the Tajamon. So. Let's see what.
So Tobias is now just in a favorable position. It should just be uphill from him. A lot of things have to go right for Tim. He has to draw a lot of things in a very correct order. So that unfortunately is not one of them. It's his body.
Yep, probably.
A lot of things have to go right here.
Probably one of the worst things to draw here.
Well, one of them. Great call. I want to see another one of those.
Yeah, one of the worst. not the worst, but one of the worst.
Yeah, could be better. So, is Timo playing Critical Blade? Or not Critical Blade, Comet Missile.
I think he was having 1 off.
It's 1 and 3/4 pounds.
Yeah, I do believe so. Check real quick. Yep, there. Yeah.
Okay, so he's playing the 1 off. Okay,
Just
interesting.
So that's going to be crucial in this matchup.
It'd be very, very critical. Bias continues to get whatever creature that was. Something with 2,000 power that he killed. So.
Yeah, it does seem like after the hit and the Great Claw hitting the blocker.
Bloom on board.
Don't
Tobias just needs to essentially stick 2 more creatures is probably safe. But he's under no pressure to do that in any sort of quickness.
Yeah, I think the worst part about the starting with Timo was that he did not have any other turn 1 plays than the Great Claw. That's probably what caused him to lose this one, because he could have just kept getting more stuff.
Yeah, and Fire Nature, at the end of the day, like Fire Nature knows what its weaknesses are. Like the joke I keep making is that Fire Nature Rush 50 wins, or 50% of the time it wins every time.
Yeah.
And so it's just it's always going to have a very similar line, but at the end of the day, like you don't like the things that are bad matchups, like quote unquote bad matchups for Rush, or just anything with blockers.
Yep.
Which, all things considered, in today's day and age, meta 2026, call it whatever you want, like these Sarius, like that card has fallen off a cliff. Like Tobias's deck and maybe 1 or 2 others in this total event were actually playing it, and almost none of them saw top tables. So.
Yeah, usually if you're playing Sarius, you're also playing Graves.
Right. And those cards are, like we just mentioned at the front of this, like very regulated now to just tier 3. And so for Tobias to make it this far against a deck that it's supposed to beat like this, like it's proving its worth and gold right now.
And also, of course, Tobias is a very skilled pilot, so even
not to downplay the fact that Spalding's been around this game for 25 years.
Yeah, even with like I've seen him pull off pretty crazy scores in IDC with quite interesting, like almost Highlander-esque lists with Rebirth, and it's very good.
He knows the game well, and he's proving himself for sure. That's why I even mentioned to him outside, just casually. It's like you just come out of retirement once a year just to mess us up over here and go back into hiding. I feel like he really doesn't play all that much anymore, but here he is. So yeah, Timo I think he made the play he had to make there, but destroy the oh my god, what's the name of that card? Tajmal. Thank you. Destroyed it with another volcanic arrow, but left Tobias with lethal, so just kind of presenting it to him as an alt here.
Yeah, no, it's a crazy. So there's nothing that can be done.
Yeah, so this game should be over. I'd be surprised if Tobias actually takes features here. This is the game. So, let's see it just for the fun of it. Okay.
Nothing.
Yeah.
All right.
Tobias up, game 1.
But this is a best of 5, so.
Oh, okay. I'll change this thing a little bit.
So it's not like as polarizing whether or not you get to start the first round or whether you win the first round. You can still come back from crazy odds.
We'll go back and forth.
There was actually a very funny story about Tobias and Jonas being against each other in the finals. I think it was the two of them in the very first Megameet, and they didn't know that it was best of 5. And Jonas won 2-0, and it was like, woo! And I was already like, yeah, I won. That's so cool. And then
somebody had to come out and just.
Who was gonna tell him?
Yeah.
And I think Tobias ended up winning in the end. Which was quite crazy. If I remember correctly, I could be wrong, but.
So walk me through a bit of history between this, because like I've obviously followed the this side of things here and there, especially in the first couple of years when you guys are still building this community. But when was the first Megameet? Like, walk me through some of the history that's got us to now.
Basically, just 2 years ago. This is the third Megameet we've held. So.
Okay. I thought there were meets prior to COVID, though.
Yeah, we have a lot of meets, but we haven't had like the mega meets with 30 plus people from every country ever for I don't think ever before that. These are the first actual like gatherings globally, and this is also what got Wizards' attention at the time. And then they reached out to us and asked us to gather some data for them, basically like what's people's favorite cards. And, like, we never really heard from them back again, unfortunately.
So it goes. Yeah.
The lead designer actually said that he would have wanted to come here as well, but he unfortunately couldn't due to timing restrictions.
Yeah.
Oh, Demo misses the one drop.
That's a tough way to start game two.
Yikes! Really getting like the worst luck.
Yeah, well, this might be repercussion for how Mikhail's match went.
Probably. The last shield, Volcanic Arrows, is claiming its victims right now. At least he has a nice follow up.
Yes, so he was able to get the Poisonous Mushroom into the follow up one drop, which is a very, very strong play, especially on the.
It's crazy how long people completely like didn't like how long Poisonous Mushroom like it completely flew off the radar.
Yeah. At the end of the day, the hand doesn't matter in Fire Nature Rush after turn 3 or 4.
Yeah, and especially with if you can follow a Sniper Mosquito up with Poisonous Mushroom, it's basically just draw a card.
Yeah, 1,000%.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Tobias is getting handed his lunch at the moment.
There we have a Taj Mahal at least. But
Taj Mahal's cool, but he's losing all of his shields this turn unless he sees a trigger. And the team has fast attack. Which doesn't look like he does, but he does have 2 more attackers. So that is the other unfortunate piece of Lightwater Dark is that Lightwater Dark cannot handle a board that goes wide, like wider than your board. Like it can't keep up. Can't do anything about that.
You basically would have to run like Ikaz with Slime Whale or something like that.
Right. And even then, you're talking about a reactive card, not necessarily a proactive card. So.
And it gets squashed by Comet Missile, of course.
So
he does have.
He gets the shield trigger, which is huge. But now he needs to capitalize. He needs some way to. At least another blocker would be big. Yeah, so Sarius. Double Sarius is gigantic. All right. So
okay. Back in the game.
He's in a good spot.
Missing the one drop still.
Yeah, that's a game decider right here. That was 2 more shields that Timo would have gotten through over the course of these last couple of turns.
He would have now won. Yeah, the speed attacker.
Yeah. Any creature here obviously powers up Quixotic. I think it'd be a mistake for Tobias not to block that. But it'll be interesting to see. He had 2 cards in his hand, but it looks like all we're getting is the 1. Yeah, Quixotic has to swing. It looks like Team is going through it right now. So he's I'm in a tough spot. I think Tobias is feeling just the. It's not in Tobias's hands. Let's put it that way. So yeah, I do think swinging with pick here is correct.
Yeah, for sure. Because if you don't,
Lightwater Dark is creature based. Like
and if you don't, you just only wreck your Braid Claw, and then you put up your you become very vulnerable to Crazed.
Yeah.
So.
He's really thinking about potentially not walking this, which I think is just a mistake. Wow. Okay.
Maybe. Maybe he has like a tap for the polygon, so he can clear.
That's still fine, but in a deck that you can't regenerate shields with, the shield itself is more valuable than the Sarius, right? Because the shield's gonna force potentially, overthinking, and could potentially be a trigger, which clearly that one wasn't. But the overall, I think, value of the shield versus the Sarge there, the value of the shield's higher.
I think the thought process must have been like, okay, if it's a trigger, what? Okay, now I don't get why he did that, but like,
What, hard
I,
pass?
yeah, like just hard pass. I thought he had something like well, sure, I do know why he hard passed, but
Right.
I didn't know why he took the shield if he had the hard pass.
Right.
I like my thought process on his thought process was that okay, if it's a trigger, then he can do something very greedy afterwards, and that's like very good for him. But if he didn't have like any way to
I agree.
capitalize that, then they should have blocked.
Like I said, I think it's incredibly narrow as a reason to not keep that shield. But yeah, we'll see. See how it works out. At the end of the day, like I said, Spalding has to essentially 1-for-1 everything that comes to the board because the deck doesn't have another way outside of Craze.
Yeah, which would be very nice right now.
Yeah, which would be big. So Craze doesn't quite win in the game here, but he does need to probably stick at least 2 more creatures. Okay, Magus is good.
And no Craze.
Got
Yeah.
3 Sarius. 3 Sarius, Tajamal, 2 Magus.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 2 creatures, one of which was another blocker, which is fine, but still not.
Okay, great. Now he really has to remove something, or Speed Attacker could. Yeah. Wait, no, not yet, actually.
No, not yet. I'd be surprised if Craze doesn't come down this turn, unless he just doesn't have it.
I think he doesn't have it because he would definitely played it last turn.
Yeah, that's a tough spot for him. It's weird to feel so, and again, back to just why he should get the shield. It's weird to feel so ahead on board.
I think he has a Petrova in hand, though.
Petrova's good.
Yeah, I think.
But it's still 2
Oh, he does have the Craze.
Okay. It's still 2 turns behind, yeah. So Craze is correct. So Craze goes on Sarius, taps down Ganta, Theorycraft taps down.
You could just go on Magus as well, if you want to be extra safe.
But I think you take the extra creature here because that means you're 1 creature away from just presenting lethal if it comes to that here shortly.
Because he does have the Petrova, so he's safe from the volcanic arrows afterwards.
Yeah. So yeah, Petrova does give him his 2-turn line here. You're right. You're 100% right. Unless chat's realizing something that I don't. It is a 2-turn line here if Magus breaks a shield because Volcanic Arrows can't win TMO the game because he'll just draw a single card.
Claudus, hyped for Marino. Aren't we all?
So yeah, so him not. I think it's correct here to break the shield. Petrova gives him lethal next turn. The shield here doesn't matter. Could be Torcon, could have been Volcanic Arrows, didn't matter.
Yep.
Because it doesn't. There's no way for him to present lethal the following turn, regardless of what the shield is. And Tobias then needs to present lethal, period. When it drops this turn. So him not doing that is fine. It could just be an oversight, not thinking about the numbers, but.
Probably just thinking that he's not in a hurry because
and that's the thing. You don't have to rush it, right? You're not wrong, but
it doesn't really matter because now the blockers are so huge that they can't be removed, and
right. But neither could the creatures. Either.
Yeah,
that's just like I said. When the shield doesn't points are made up, the shields don't matter. Like it's just it's whose line is it anyway over here? So.
And now we have Tobias going to. We can already put that down because there's no way he loses from this point.
Yeah, he physically can't. Like, literally can't.
He would have to, like, pass the 3 turns in a row.
Correct, yeah. It's just 7,000 gets over everything that's relevant. Is he going to clear board again?
Come on, just go for shields.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Yeah, he's got to know that there isn't an out.
Yeah. Against X-Boom again, Mikhail would be different because he has the all, but.
Right, correct. Yeah, knowing the all exists. Double Torcon's cute. So, but yeah,
there it is.
That's how it needed to go. Cool. We made it. We got there. We got there. one more. Well, potentially one more game. Between 1 and 3 more games.
Yeah.
Teemu on the draw again, and fingers crossed he sees this one drop this game.
Yeah, he has been a little bit unfortunate here.
Yeah, unfortunate against a deck that is built to beat this. Light Water Dark on paper should beat Fire Nature Rush the majority of the time.
Yeah, I think Demo actually has like the edge in triggers if he draws like the relatively like interactive lines, so we can just remove the blockers.
Yeah, and that's almost completely reliant on Gata and Tobias not seeing Tajimon.
Yeah.
Like again those two
Or
that interaction alone is what sets the pace for this game.
Or having an answer to Tajimon, of course.
Right. Which he has, all things considered. Tiamo has had volcanic arrows several times when Tobias has dropped the Taj.
Yeah, I think the match here would be a lot better for X-Boom than it is for Temo because he's playing more commit missiles and the all is actually relevant.
Yeah, the all is incredibly relevant. So walk me through. So you said we've had two prior.
Yeah.
Who won the last 2 years? Remind me.
Because there have been the first one had 3 tourneys.
Okay.
We had a Finnish tourney with like these rules basically, but a different ban list.
Yeah.
I can't.
Whatever it was several years ago.
Yeah. And then we had DM 1 to 3.
Okay.
And then we had a completely unrestricted tournament.
Okay. So the Finnish tournaments are the ones that I'm interested in because I think those are the quote unquote main tournaments.
Yeah, they are.
So so walk me through the winners of that.
I wonder if I can actually remember.
Okay, cool.
Because I think it might have been at least Oscar won one of them with Fortress.
Okay.
That I'm sure about. Then we had. Was it Mikael who won last year?
No, it was Modest.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Also Fire Nature.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, I think Mikael won another tourney, but it wasn't. It wasn't the main tourney.
Got it. Gotcha. So, Timothy's is one drop. Very cool. That's important. But unfortunately, I can only follow that up with another break call. So again, just kind of missteps, trips, if you want to call them, from Timo.
Yeah, just not seeing the Ganta is just so bad for him.
Just missing parts of his curve in all 3 games is probably, I wouldn't say it's demoralizing. It's clear that he's just going out to let you play through it, but that is tough. I hope that's not affecting his mind state.
And also the okay, it's very bad for them that all 3 games have seen a pit in the shields as well. Or two games so far. Maybe this one too.
Yeah, there's pit and man at this point, so it's at least a good sign. And 3 attackers on the potential.
Oh, and no Tajimon.
Yeah, no blocker.
Okay,
so
no.
he's just presenting lethal and potentially can just get there. So, yeah, first attack is big. Not to overthink it. Break law and alright.
Okay, that was a quick one.
Timo stole the game. Alright, so
at least it's not a 3-0. So.
Yeah, we got ourselves back in it. We got a series here. We're doing it. Yeah, so he survives the first 3 games. So now correct me. Tobias is Germany, correct?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, and Timo is here, Finland.
Yeah.
Okay.
So again, we have the rivalry between
the
Finnish
defending
champion and Tobias.
What do they call it? Like German luck? Is that what?
Yeah.
Solid. Hope he's doing well. Shout outs to you, buddy.
Let's see if he's in the chat. Probably not. But their Discord aliases. I have no idea what Teemu's Discord alias is, but Tobias is Spalding.
Okay. Is that the stream?
No, no, no. That's just it's not live. It's been. I don't know why it lags behind. Like.
Yeah, I don't know that Timo. I think I asked him about it online. I don't know that he does. But like you said, Tobias is Spalding.
Yep.
They keep they shook hands. Maybe that's a good sign for Timo.
Probably. Yeah, I see.
Like a holy on
yeah.
some other big stuff.
Yeah, there. If he manages to now land his 1-drops and
Yeah, don't blow it, Timo. Take this to game 5. Come on now. We got this.
I can't quite see Teemu's hand. I see a Pyro Fighter at least. Okay, he does have the Break Claw.
Okay.
In all 3 games, it's a Break Claw.
Yeah, yeah. We're not getting lucky on the nature side of things.
Ooh, and no 2-drop.
Yeah.
Oh, and now he has the Ganta.
Alright, so Great Claw's gonna make it through. Does he have the
Oh,
nature?
no, he does not. He has 2 Gantas. Damn.
Tough.
Yikes. Okay.
And he has to. Damn, that's huge.
Well, no trigger at least.
What a strange match. Both players here missing through their curves.
Okay, now I think there's Volcanic Arrows into a 1-drop, so at least that's going well for Teemu. What's the charge? Rick Oblivion.
So that into the 1-drop hard captain.
Go.
So he's making his way downtown.
Not good such. Okay.
So, even odd.
Let's see what we got. Okay.
Right.
Ooh, he's going to Pyro. Rough.
Yeah. So that means he's got another Gaunt in his hand. So.
What's surprising is that we don't have like a locomotive or anything like that in Tobias's deck at all.
Yeah.
I think that would.
I liked making those, and maybe that's why I was just wrong with this deck, trying to just add more triggers for the sake of it. You throw caution to the wind with them. But, yeah, we ran them in our light water dark. I also thought it was just a great card.
I do think it's still a great card. Well, of course, when you run 4 Ghost Ashes and 3 Clampsmen, then maybe Locomotive is a bit overkill.
It is 3 clamps, I thought it was 2.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Alright, so he loses Break Claw here. Hardy Captain's going to bounce back. He gets him to 2 shields. But there's hope. Because Volcanic Arrows potentially off the top, or if he drew one, he would have played it over the Gata. But
a Comic Missile could also come down.
Yeah, Comic Missile is gigantic. There's no way. He has to attack with Break Claw first. He has to attack with Break Claw first. What is he doing? I guess he's forcing the tack down for the potential of the second shield, but I hate that. I hate that in a long-term position. Like you have outs. You have Comet Missile. You have.
Yeah, I think that's a misplay because otherwise you could save the polygon.
Well, it's a misplay. I feel like 90% of the time it is so niche if it's not. Because the only the niche part of it is, and again, Timo could be holding a speed attacker here, but even if he is, yes, he's forcing Tobias to attack the Break Claw with the Tajamol next turn, but Timo can have it, or not Timo. Tobias has too many T names. Holy crap! I just realized that. 8 blockers in this deck, so he has as high a chance of having a blocker as Timo has of having a speed attacker. So
yeah.
I just like I said, that's so narrow.
I guess he might be playing around Clan, I guess.
But that would be you want him to clan. You want Tobias to clan next turn.
Yeah, I guess.
You're fine with the clan. You're fine with him not building board because your top deck should just outpace Tobias's at least over the course of the next turn or two. I don't love it. I love that it's putting Tobias in the tank though. Like I just
maybe he's considering like just
you have
yeah
do
yeah
not let it go through. Period.
yeah
You can't let it go through.
yeah that'd be really weird if it would go through. But okay.
So, like I said, it's niche, but if Tobias doesn't have the blocker here, the team is holding the speed attacker. Tobias has a million outs to either deal with the hand or deal with the field. But there's a very small window here. The team gets both of the last two shields next turn and puts Tobias essentially on the back foot. So I don't hate it, but I definitely don't love it. And that actually just yeah. There's a small window here where he doesn't block because he technically doesn't have to, or doesn't attack here. He technically doesn't have to, but
Yeah, it kind of makes sense.
It's just you kill the creature when you can kill the creature. Either way,
Yeah.
Great Claw's gonna kill itself next turn, so it doesn't matter. It's dying either on his turn or next turn.
I think it's correct to kill the Bright Claw,
it is.
but because now if
it
he
technically doesn't matter.
because now if he top decks a comet missile,
no,
that's
he can't.
horrible.
He played Turtle. It's fine.
Oh right
That's
right,
what I'm
okay
saying.
yeah.
There's no reason
Sorry.
not to. Like it's just it's whether it wants to die on his turn or not. So it's actually just a complete just nothing play. But if he has the only way it's not a nothing play is if team has the speed attack now, which he should play. He should just take both shields. He's committed to the line. He has to do it now. So I'm gonna lose my mind if he doesn't.
If he has it, even.
If he hasn't.
And if he didn't, why did he do that?
Right, and that's the most frustrating part. So now they just got the commentators in the box just losing their minds. But at least they managed to make it fascinating.
Yeah, I mean there's a lot to think about at least.
A lot to think about when you take the path less traveled.
Yeah.
Jesus, this is something. All right, David, play the speed attacker. Do it. It is a shame. Pyro Fighter here is so much stronger than Rickadoos. Dismantler. If he has Pyro, it's an auto play for sure. I can understand not wanting to play.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So you break the last two, but you have to. He's committed to one. One break law's gonna die, so you just do that.
And if he doesn't have another blocker, he's going to be forced to attack.
Yeah, it is. I just figured it out. Yeah, sorry, the mathematics. Tobias not swinging over Breaklaw here means that Timo has to lose Donta and or Pyro on this play because he still gets to crack that. Regardless, Tobias loses both shields no matter whether he attacks Breaklaw or not.
Yeah,
so
true.
Tobias lets this through now because if Timo wants to break the last shield, he has to lose a Pyro or Donta. It's a stretch play for sure. And there is some quote unquote value here because if Tobias doesn't block this, Timo can just pass. And he's now in the same position with the exception of now he can top a Comet Missile and Comet Missile Pyro next turn for, just a cleaner. Or no, he still can't Comet Missile, sorry.
No.
So we're in the same boat. Yeah.
I think you
You swing with Ganta here. Again, I think Team is committed to the line. He has to swing with Ganta. Swing with Ganta and just.
If he has another speed attacker, there's also another case to swing with Pyro, but
yeah, but your turn's away from that, and Spies could come up with another blocker.
Yeah, that's true. So, and probably will.
So this line now is very, very rough for Timo. He's now behind. Petrova cracks on Deadly Fire.
And there's another touching.
Huge / also gigantic. Because of just having 1,000 pounds, naturally. He was up to 12,000 from the battles. This Deadly Fire break line is at. But yeah, I don't see the line any longer that lets Timo win this game.
Yeah, no, I think it's pretty much over.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that can go right here.
Okay, yeah. That's pretty good. And now if he doesn't have a blocker and then Timo
Tobias needs
gets speed attacker.
he needs blocker slash shooter. So it's narrow, but
He has a blocker in hand, so
path less travel. So yeah, I think Tobias would have just obviously offered the handshake if he didn't. But it's yeah, I think we're gonna be fine here for now.
it's not quite over yet.
No, like I said, it is a very narrow path to victory for Timo, but there is still just a line here.
The line is getting narrower by the minute. I think next turn, Craze just wins.
Yeah, almost positive. Yeah, being at 3 mana is also just not where he wants to be. Like, not that Kama is so convenient with any of it because of control, but just and Deadly Tide is just going to murder itself as it does. But yeah, if I was in Tobias's place right now, I'd be feeling pretty good about the situation.
Yep. Okay, just letting go. Great Claw is such an iconic card.
Yeah.
Still sees played in OCG to
so,
this day.
So Craze just wins the game.
Yeah, and I think that's what he has. Could be Bloom too, I guess. Yeah, it's Craze. Yeah. And you just go for shields.
Yeah, it's auto victory because of Trova, auto victory because Trova gets past thing.
Oh.
It's Tobias is being safe for the sake of being safe, I guess, but it's absolutely unnecessary. There is no out. Timo is by definition fell.
And that is game.
Yeah, so
congratulations, Tobias. You won the finals.
We did it. I'd love to just actually see him do it, but here we are.
Marino won the tourney.
Yeah, light water dark Marino. Yeah. That's what I get for giving it crap in top 8.
Yeah,
that's on me. That's on me.
Not my personal top seed either. Like
I said, supremely just a solid tier 3 deck, but just absolutely like sailed down the middle of this tournament.
Yeah, the same can be said about like UB aggro. It's often like, especially the like mid-range version without Spin Slicer.
Yeah.
That's like a deck that sometimes tops, and it's just like a tier 2, tier 3 deck as well.
Yeah.
But it's like sometimes it just hits all the right spots.
Okay. Salt on the wound at this point. He's flexing.
Flexing that he owns so many crazies.
What was this always referred to in like competitive gaming?
Like
BMing.
Yeah, BM. Bad manners. Oh, had both the Torcon and Blast Shield, but doesn't matter. GG.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Love to see it. Congratulations, Spalding, aka Tobias. Vice versa.
Claude said, "I'm happy Water won and Rush didn't."
Yes. Well, this was a blast. Envy / Jesse.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. It was really nice to have you with me because usually Tobias is the one who joins me, but now he was in the top cut. So
you want me to go grab him for his interview?
Yeah, of course. And bring Tamil too. Why not?
Yeah, absolutely.
What a game. Truly remarkable. Let me get a little more light in here so we can actually see the contestants. All right, here we are with the finalists. How does it feel?
Uh, Exhausting, I think. The nerves are like up here, and then yeah, the pressure, and then at some point you hear like the guys behind you that a bit delay on stream, so a bit behind the actions, and you. I mean, I should be used to it because like 2 years ago I was like in three finals in all the three tournaments, so I should get, but you never get used to it like a final game. So yeah,
So we were just talking about with Carl about the first final with Jonas against you, and,
Yeah.
and then it was like,
Oh,
it's a best of five.
yeah, exactly. And I was so afraid that this happened to me now because it was leading to 0. But
Yeah.
I know it was best of 5, so I didn't let my guard down. So
Yeah. That's a
Yeah.
good way to do it. So
yeah, I mean, I had the games I won. I had pretty much everything. I had like the turn 2 Zarius, or maybe not even turn 2, but you. In the turns I didn't have a turn 2, you bricked on Gonta.
Yeah,
So you
yeah.
didn't have like turn 2 play, so it didn't really matter. And then you attacked with the break claw, at least in the last game. And the first shield you gave me was Zarius, and I could charge multi-play Zarius, and then kind of went downhill.
I think Demo had quite horrible luck in all the games. Like that once where he was doing well, he hit pits into Ghost Touch,
Yeah.
and then when he was like bricking, then you got all the pieces that you needed to stabilize. So it was like hard to get through because usually I would like assume that the matchup is a bit more even
Yeah.
because you only run 6 stopping triggers. So
Yeah.
if you don't hit any of those, it's gonna be quite rough.
Yeah.
And the turn to Sarius is also very big.
Yeah. And even like Holy Awe is sometimes I picked up Holy Awe from Shields I think 2 times in the 4 games.
Yeah.
It didn't show it because it didn't stop an attack.
Yeah.
So it was completely useless. So it depends if it's like first. I mean, last shield, Holy Awe is obviously the greatest thing, probably. But last shield pit isn't. So first shield pit, and first shield Holy Awe doesn't do anything either because you're usually attacking only with one creature.
We were actually talking about you running 2 Hawkuses instead of 2 Emeralds because you were running the Holy Awe. So we were thinking that maybe the Emerald could have been a better choice for like matchups like this where you could just like safely put one in the shields and then you're just like, okay, I can do whatever.
Yeah, I was thinking that before because I wanted to go like one Surfer, one Hulkus, which is kind of the same purpose. But I guess Emerald is a bit better there, even that you mentioned it, because I can also in like other matchup that isn't aggro, I can get rid of a bad card. Like
that's true.
Pick something up, or if like my Bloom Urkus gets Miraculous Snared, which happened against a Hurricane, I can pick it up and stuff. I think that's now that you mentioned it, like a good option. But I wanted to go like for a card draw. I only have like 3 Tajima, 1 Meal, like for turn 3, and playing a 2-drop on turn 3 is obviously not that efficient. And you can only play Meal if you see like Azarius. And if the opponent has a creature also. So that's usually only then 3 Tajimas, which is just 2 less. So I went for all the.
And of course, the Emerald is also a 2-drop for like if you want to trade against a Blade Claw or something like that. So that's also quite big in some matchups.
And I have a lot of 2-drops, like 9 2-drops with Ghost Tachimania and Zarius. So it should be enough. But
Did you ever like have to aggro against controls, or did you always just get to leverage the Ghost Touch into clan?
Ghost Touch into clan is especially against like Phobos controls, so control about water, that's huge. And in testing with Dark Signer back at home, I played against his Phobos with Marino, and Marino went like 6-0 or something against his Phobos. Because if you see the Ghost Touch into clamp line and he's stuck at maybe, depending on who's going first, he's stuck on like 4 mana and can't do shit for like. And then I play like Marino and draw 3 probably, and then play Bloom and then just curve out. So yeah, and I think the most interesting turn in this whole match was where you had the tapped Great Claw, and I didn't choose attack the Great Claw with the Tajima.
Yeah, yeah. We
That-
talked about
yeah.
that, and
What
we
was
thought
your view?
we thought that it was kind of a mistake to
Mhm.
do that because we assumed that you would like rather just kind of threaten to not attack and like keep your like if Spalding blocks,
Mhm.
you can attack with the polygon for free and you get it back, so you don't lose the creature at all, kind of.
Yeah.
And if you attack with the polygon,
Mhm.
then you kind of auto lose both creatures, but you get to kind of like tap your Tajimon maybe.
Yeah.
But like I think that was a huge risk, and
Yeah.
I didn't really pay off.
Yeah. In my point of view, if I had like stuff like Cranium Clamp, I would have let the polygon through and blocked the Deadly Fighter because
Yeah.
then you would have had two cards in hand, one of which was a speed attacker and the other polygon, and then clamp. But the problem was I didn't have the clamp, and then he could just draw, go to 4 mana, and play speed attacker polygon back,
Yeah.
which I didn't want to. So I blocked the polygon, let the Deadly Fighter through.
Yeah, I think
And
I think blocking the polygon was always the right choice.
Yeah.
But I was like questioning like the reasoning before going for the polygon first. Like what were you?
Tiger order.
Yeah, what
Yeah,
were you
okay.
thinking at that time? Were you like playing around plan?
I was just trying to play around Holio.
Ah, Holio. Okay,
Hmm.
I see.
Okay, yeah. And then me also not attacking the Break Claw back was also, I think, pretty good because I got like the Gonta for it. If you remember, and I played like Petrova on and boosted it to 8k, so it didn't get like Common Missile or Volcanic Arrow. And then it's still the same because if I attack the Break Claw and kill it, my Tajima's tab you can run through with your Speed Attacker and Gonta. But if I don't attack it, my Tajiman is still untapped, and I can still block your Deadly Fighter if it attacks. So I had like still the option to do pretty much the same play, but gave you an option to like misplay.
Yeah.
So that was, I think, pretty, yeah. And then you attack with the Bread Claw. I didn't block, and then you suicide attack with the Gonta to break the other shield with the Magnus, and then I basically got the Gonta instead of the Deadly Fighter for free, basically.
Yeah.
And then
It was like
Yeah. it was a good sequence, but
yeah. In a vacuum, it didn't matter. But like banking on the opponent to make an unfavorable play is always like a bonus if you can. Do
yeah, just a bonus, yeah.
But congrats again.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a really cool deck and really awesome to see Marino topping. I
Yeah.
don't think I've seen Marino control at all for
Yeah.
quite a while.
Yeah.
And it's refreshing.
Yeah, and I was thinking before the tournament if I should lock in like Merino or like Rock Aggro, like but a faster version with like Sniper Mosquito, Mushroom, and Pincer.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, since the testing went so good against Forwards and also the aggro matchup should be good, except if it's like FN Rush and it's like even, maybe a bit FN Rush favor. And I was expecting a lot of Rush here. I just bought Merino and yeah. I mean, it paid off, and I will send you a better picture than the one I did in the WhatsApp group, so you can upload it on the Discord.
Yeah, sure. I think what was I going to say? I completely bricked my thoughts. Yeah, I think also like if you have the Sarius into Tajima curve, the opponent's having to volcanic arrows the Sarius instead of the Tajima. That was quite huge.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
I think it was the final game or the second final. But anyway, like Demo had like a pretty good curve with Mushroom into a one drop and then Volcanic Arrows in the blocker that he played. But then the Tajima comes down and now there's nothing.
Yeah, but he had to do it because you never know if the Tajima comes down.
That's why I said that it's very powerful to play the two blockers in the curve because you have to answer the Sarius when you're playing Great Thought. There's just no other way.
Yeah.
And that's also like an unfortunate case of events that you only got Great Thought as your 10-1 drops like in every game.
And that's like a huge like gamble or risk if you don't have like volcanic arrows or comet in hand. Do you commit like Red Claw or not? It's like going first. I think you can, but going second, if you play Black Claw, I can play Zera's back. Then you probably shouldn't. So
it's pretty.
But sometimes you have to take the risk if you just don't have a one drop, a nature one drop, and you just go, I don't know, charge a Red Claw pass. That's not a winning play. So sometimes you have to just bank on me not having it. So. Yeah.
And also, this matchup was one where the one comet missile only came into play quite hard. Like, if you had played 2 or 3, you might have gone at least one more game.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think it would have been funny. Did you ever face Mikael?
Yeah, I lost 2-0 against.
Because there's another comet missile and the all.
The all,
You also have to be sort of wary of when you're swinging.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes when I have bloom, I mean, I was like in the last game, I was so far ahead. If I know you play like Holy I will always play around it if I can afford to. So
Do we want to start the voting for the creative step?
Yes, and also the prize ceremony. So thank you for the interview and congrats again to the both of you.
Thank you. Yeah.
The second place is still. Hopea ei ole häpeä.
Silver is still shiny.
Yeah.
Basically. So thanks everyone for watching. We will proceed with the creative vote and then the prize ceremony. And yours truly will finally get a break from streaming. It's been really fun, but it's of course quite taxing doing it so many hours in a row. So going to unwind, play some OCG and relax. We'll see you soon with the prize ceremony. Stay tuned. And this time it'll be a DM10, so you know it's going to be bringing some heat. Hopefully we can pull a holo or a soul swap or both like last year. Because last year, Techno Totem and soul swap in the same booster, mwah, chef's kiss. Let's see what we get this year. Stay tuned. In probably like 15 minutes or so, we'll start the prize ceremony. Alright, it's time for the prize ceremony. We have the creative vote settled, so let's start. I can actually even add the creative vote here. Alright, now we'll start, and I will switch the source of the sound to the gaming table so you will hear our screams of joy when someone opens a soul swap. Stay tuned for the openings. We'll start right now.
So good, and then we started playing like not even like good controls, but like rock control, and it was like rock control, so like hit that thing and still feels and what do you do? It's like, alright, let's start the thing.
Oi, paras paine.
Yrrö, jössäs. No niin, tiivistäkää. Heti mä
pääsen sen läsään.
Oi, tulee jotain pitkiä ihmisiä. Mä voittanut.
No mä en hetken.
Mikä se on? Jumalauta, mikä vokaali.
Eikö?
Mun oma piti jotain. Siitä on juttu kallis.
Joo, se voi kestää.
Kuvata. Eikö tossa on?
All right. So we are still missing at least a couple of contestants who were either creative tops or just.
Should I go get them?
Go get them.
Go get them.
Go get them.
Go get them,
Go get them,
ass.
champ.
We need at least the winner.
Meillä on second place.
Voitaisiin opettaa se seuraavalle.
Ehkä jos menee tarpeeksi alas, niin sitten tulee bracket.
Ei jumala.
Tulee vielä tiebreaker-mansi.
Joo.
Bookholz oli korkeampi oli.
Nyt jos tulee oikeesti jostain kova DM10 booster 3 kertaa oikein, niin
Se viimeksi oli niin säädös.
se oli kyllä hyvä, kun se huuto vai sit se kameran jylinä silleen, siinä oli se meininki.
Mikä oli se?
Kaikki oli eka silleen,
Swap ja tekno.
Souls.
Where is our winner?
Anna was here, but maybe Anna will find.
Tobias!
No, next year line this year.
Double it for next year.
Alright, so let's begin. First, the most creative deck received a whopping 16 votes, while the second most voted was, I think, 6. So, a whopping 10 votes of difference. Congratulations, Veikko! Don't have a meltdown when you open these results.
Okay, Dad!
Here you go. You receive.
I always have it in my deck.
You have
What is there?
a Ballum, and a DM4. Yeah.
Another ballon.
Yeah, that'd be funny. Actually, maybe we could, maybe you could open on that side, so we can actually. You can just go sit there. It's probably easier. So they can see.
There's plenty of space in the other side.
What are you guys cheering for?
Magmarex!
Yeah, my fingers are.
Just break it.
Great tombstone.
No, okay.
Yeah,
You can do it.
All right. Good luck.
King
Oh, poopy copy.
Yeah,
And yes, sir.
Cute meta.
Playable.
Oh.
Kind of playable.
Halkus at home.
More cute.
More
metal.
cube. Yeah. Not even cube.
Not even close.
It's a manly card.
Yeah.
Oh. And anti-clam.
Ghost touch cool.
Oh. Very good.
Magmarex.
Let's go. Super meta.
Thank you.
And then we have the second one of the FN rushes in the top 4. We have Mikael. Congratulations. I crown you the Holy Awe. Side X on the way. Yeah. Go ahead. FNL rush.
Holy off. Mighty Soldier.
Next year, Baldur's Gate.
Holy off! Holy off! Holy off! Holy.
Gigargon is meta, I'm telling you.
Kubergon.
No, but it has to be holy off because of what you played.
True, yeah.
Great start.
Winner,
Bronze Tribe.
Top tier.
Almost Sarius.
Surely a Marquito booster. And then we have third place, the only Islezonius in the tournament, Louis!
Don't put it there.
The warlord.
Indeed, I crown thee the Warlord. Let's see if your booster is any luckier.
Yes.
You also receive this curse one.
And the Chinese one or not?
My t-shirt booster.
Oh yeah, the Chinese as well.
Maybe open the Chinese.
Double
Scarlet. Chinese is the ice. Yeah, hydration break.
Alright, what we got? Do we have a rare? Oh! Right off the bat.
This one has to be the holo card. Yes. If it's
You heard the man.
Oh! What a great booster.
Rug booster.
okay.
Oh, spell booster. That's why you got the other one.
Yeah. Scarlet Sky Terror.
That's right out of the way.
Like it.
No, you can only be lucky.
Four of those in a round.
More canyons.
And eventually getting balls.
I'm predicting a Grand Gure. Let's see what we got. Bone Spider.
Living dead meta.
Yeah.
One day.
Which one?
One day. Yeah.
Wow!
See?
I think that's like the first Earth I've ever seen opened. Awesome.
Sleeve that up.
And you will be safe.
Nice.
Thank you.
And then we have the other FNR. Congratulations to Temo!
Time for Justice open that Petra wallet.
Ogrist one. Open the Petra one.
We won't open Petra because we just lost to it. So I collected the Comet Missile.
Hey man, of your principles.
Go ahead.
That would be a power move.
Yeah. On camera.
Get that shit out of here.
It's a rare chance to see an English DMO9.
Dude, it would be okay if you
Petra and ice paper. And some stealth cards.
That's DM7.
Marching motherboard.
Oh yeah.
But you know, it's a stratosphere booster, so it doesn't have stratosphere.
Everything has all points.
Need help?
Actually, a funny story. I'm not sure if you heard about the German DM6 with booster box. We opened and drafted at 8th place once. And the boosters were weird. They had like 40 cards, and each booster had 4 or 3 foils. And we opened like 3 box pieces and titles. And there's some video of that, but it was a like fever dream. But there are some public witnesses wherever Laura is. But that shit was so. We still can't believe like.
Alright, good luck.
Yeah. Don't know what went wrong, but it was.
What
do you kind of
definitely wasn't received.
Kind of playable? Kind of playable? Kind of playable?
No motorcycle move. Iconic. Come on.
That's not playable.
Come on!
It's the worst booster in the world.
X-Boom booster!
Awesome,
No one gets
awesome.
cream.
And finally, the new German champion.
And the
We
old
have
German champion.
we have Spalding, aka Tobias. I crown thee Marinomancer. Let's go. Actually, before you open your booster, I want to show you the mats. Mat reveal.
The mat reveal.
You can
unfinished colors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can
Unfinished flag, I see.
It's really cool.
Yes.
And
It's really good.
also. You of course have to open onto a new playmat.
History from 20 years ago. Oh my fucking god.
And also a Slash promo and a Snip Tiger.
That's nice, that's nice. I haven't opened a booster for so long.
Good luck.
Since 2024 when you won one.
Yeah, 2 years. 2 years.
Make a prediction. Okay. Oh! turn over. Yeah. Okay.
Almost.
Sneak peek.
Spoilers.
Is it?
Meta.
Gonta, Sky Sword, Gonta.
Oh, Sky, yeah.
Gonta, Palgovisis.
Sick.
And then we know
Yeah.
this one.
Winner boosters are fucking sick. Oh, get the
Congratulations. Deserved. Deserved.
Yeah.
Next year Tanzania.
I need to get a sleeve. Like,
But I'm glad.
holy.
Yeah.
Let's go. Toll.
Yo, someone get the sleeve.
Awesome.
That's nice. But how do I get this back home? Like, my baggage is already over max.
In the front.
Yeah, yeah. Hand luggage.
You can just like pour beer in there and just during the flight.
Yeah, just say something to the...
Yeah.
Ei kun niin,
Get the sleeve.
Yeah, I need to like honestly yeah.
Triple sector swap.
Yeah, maybe a top. I think someone did you give me a top load?
Oh my lord, what an opening. These winner boosters just won't stop delivering. Like, what? Tanzanite as well? With Skydiver? That's amazing. Yes.
Yeah, I'm
Totally deserved.
Yeah, I made it. I barely made top 8.
That's what we're all
Sorry
about.
for close. I knocked
Thank
out
you
of the
so
top
much
eight,
for watching the stream.
But then I
and
won through. Like,
thanks all
matches
for all
were
the
great,
nice
teams were great,
comments, and
obviously when you win such a
I'm
huge
very
tournament,
excited
you have
to
to
have
be a
been
bit lucky.
here
Also, it's a
as your
toughness,
host
but,
this year.
Yeah, thank you
And
for
of course,
the Soul Meetup,
next
also
year
to the tournament
as well.
organizers.
I
to make
hope
it
that
possible
we'll
every
get
year,
even
and
more of you to join
hopefully
us
until next
here
year.
on this
Yeah.
we are
Marino's back.
extremely excited to host this and even make this a bigger thing next year. Hopefully we can get like the entirety of Team Peach in here, Garabon, maybe even Solomon on this side. But yeah, what an event. Thank you everyone for watching. Please join us next year for more shenanigans, and I'm very pleased to have been here.
Ich muss halt das irgendwie auch einpacken,
I've
ne?
been
Nicht, dass das
NB,
irgendwie...
your host,
Weil ich mach's halt in den Rucksack, aber ich weiß nicht,
now I'm going to play some OCG. Thanks and have a nice rest of your week.
Thank you, Peter.